Chapter 1. Nora. 5 minutes, I hiss, my finger jabbing into the space between his apartment and the 5th-floor hallway where I'm in full-on meltdown mode. Just 5 to be with my thoughts and feel my freaking feelings and mourn. Axel Eriksson props a massive arm against the frame of the door, casually, with one of those lazy smirks slanting his lips. He grips the towel hanging lower than the legal limit around his waist. Yep, he's in a towel, dripping water all over his hardwood. This isn't funny, I seethe, trying not to focus on the way his bicep bulges when he leans into it. God, I hate him. Right, but just so we're clear, this is about a dead houseplant. My jaw clenches, molars grinding loud enough to spur one of his still wet brows to arch, tugging the corner of his mouth along for the ride. And seriously, with the gratuitous abs and the heavily balled shoulders, the deep grooves cut between high-def muscles, giving those free-range droplets a water park experience, a normal person would have thrown on sweats before answering the door. A robe, maybe. Something tells me with Axel I should be grateful he bothered wrapping the towel around his waist at all. It's not about the plant. Fine, it's a little about the plant. Stella represents something important to me, a goal. And as ridiculous as I'm realizing I look, standing here clutching her brittle remains, I had a point to make, hence Exhibit A. It's about you, Axel, and your total lack of respect for anyone other than yourself. It's about me not being able to take 5 minutes, he supplies with a wink, to mourn your dead plant. What, did you overwater it? Oh no, he did not. Deep breaths. 5 minutes out of a week that has been a total dumpster fire, without being interrupted by yet another one of your packages being delivered to Diane's place instead of here. His eyes light up. Oh, a package. The way you were pounding on my door like you were going to take it down. Hell, I thought maybe you were here to tell me I was showering too loud. And then, where's the package from? I blink, my eye starting to twitch. I don't know. Somewhere good. Come and get it, along with the other 5 that are taking up space in Diane's entry. That many. You're a true friend. We aren't friends, Axel. He bites his bottom lip and leans even further into the doorframe as his stupid baby blue eyes meet mine. We're better than friends. We're neighbors, of the next door variety. His voice goes low. There's a certain intimacy to that. A kind of bond that goes beyond friendship. What a piece of work. Yeah, there's nothing better than hearing you bang your girl du jour through my bedroom wall. Thanks for the memories. Just thinking about the staccato squeals from last weekend has me wanting to spray down the space between us with a full can of Lysol. Axel straightens, his expression suddenly less casual. He opens his mouth, but I give him a hard shake of my head. Look, I don't have time for this. Not with the movers coming tomorrow. Not while the clock is ticking down on me finding a new job with next to no experience and a new place to live with even less savings. Which would be way easier if I'd had more than a week's notice, but Diane's landlord was only willing to break the lease if we could be cleared out by the 8th. Diane swears she's going to find me a job with a friend, that I'll be okay, but so far, nothing. And if I have to go home after how long it took me to get out of there, I won't. I'll find something, somewhere. I have to. But first, I have to get those damn packages out. So I suck a breath and hold up a hand. Put some pants on and come get your crap.
Axel. Bossy, bossy. I'm not ready to give up the rise I'm getting out of her, even though I know I should knock my shit off and hit the sack. With back-to-back games the last 2 days and not enough sleep before early skate this morning, I'm wiped. But this is more than Nora's said to me at one time since... Well, since she stopped talking to me except to tell me to turn the volume down. Easier said than done when you've got 5 hockey players over watching a game. Or to wake me up at the crack of dawn when I didn't even get off a plane until 2 a.m. to let me know that my mailbox is overflowing. Or tell me I parked in the wrong spot. Or that I can't hold the elevator with my gear when I need to run back to my apartment for 3 damn seconds because I left my keys in the door. I'm a child, I know, but only with Nora. And only because those hot red splotches on her cheekbones are so much better than that nothing look I get from her when I'm behaving. That bland, disinterested glance sucks, especially after the way she used to look at me. Yeah, it was only a week, nearly 5 months ago when she moved into Diane's, but from the first time our paths crossed, that wide smile and quick laugh had me looking closer, lingering to chat with her when I'd normally keep moving. I found myself drawn into conversations with her I'd still be thinking about when I hit the ice or the weight room, or when I was supposed to be paying attention to a trainer, reporter, or my brother. And the way she looked at me, I'd be thinking about those shy glances and warm blushes when I crawled into bed at night, wondering why I hadn't made a move already. But then it was too late. Everything changed in a blink, and Nora wasn't interested in me at all, not even as friends, and I'm friends with everybody. I should have let it go and forgotten about her, given her a nod when we passed in the hall and stopped looking for something in her eyes that said the connection was still there. But I didn't. Instead, I started trying to get something else. A reaction. Damn, Nora gives good reaction. Hot and sharp. Whip quick with a sting you're not likely to forget. I've got more important things to do than watch you standing around in a towel. Nice as the scenery may be, though, right? I asked, wondering if I can get a laugh out of her. A smile. Get her into bed. Nah, zero chance of that. But maybe another scowl, at the very least. She looks me over from top to bottom and back up again. Jesus, the feel of her eyes on me is... whatever. And that flat, bored tone, color me impressed. Because I know for a fact, this body, in a suit, in running gear, in beat-up jeans and a t-shirt, trips her up. 5 months ago, it made her blush and stammer. 3, I'd still catch her eyes where they weren't supposed to be. Now, in a towel? Yeah, she's a little liar. But I like it, even if she can't stand me. Which reminds me, who the hell was banging a bunny against her wall? The guys crash at my place sometimes, not always alone. Might as well let her think it's me. So, why the rough week? I thought Diane was in France. Something happened while she was gone? She looks like she's about to tell me to piss off. Totally deserved, obviously. But then her shoulders slump, and she lets out a weary sigh that tugs at the place in my chest that never quite got the memo about the Nora ship having sailed. Yeah, she met a guy. She fell in love, and she shut down her business because she's not coming back. She takes a shaky breath that tells me her flippant tone is as much of a lie as her whatever had been. I'm happy for her, of course, but it leaves me without a job, 3 days to find a place to live, and 1 to finish packing up all her belongings so they're ready for the movers tomorrow at 2. She's moving. Leaving. You have some girlfriends you can crash with? I can probably help with the job part. She opens her mouth, her head halfway into a shake before she catches herself and, remembering who she's talking to, cuts herself off with a grumpy growl. I'll figure it out. But I need your stuff out of Diane's place. This time I save the smirk as I push off the doorframe. Go take your 5 minutes to mourn your plant. I'll change and meet you over there. 5 minutes later, I'm dressed in a pair of red and white Slayers hockey athletic pants and a t-shirt, and I fired off 3 texts, putting feelers out about jobs. I shouldn't care. Nora was right. We aren't friends. She's not my problem, and after this week, she's not even going to be my neighbor. She's just a pretty girl with a stingy smile and eyes that either tell you everything you didn't want to know or nothing at all. Except that isn't who she used to be. And one of the things I know about Nora from back then is that she has something like a dozen siblings, and getting out of her parents' house was a big deal for her. She doesn't want to go back. And for whatever fucked up reason, I don't want to let her go. Plus, I'm loving the idea of bailing her out. Landing her a job before that pitiful houseplant is even cold in its grave. Hell, if she really needs a place to stay. Well, let's see what her options are first. I queue up Enrique Iglesias' Hero on my phone, getting my background music ready for when I breeze into her place. Solutions to her every problem in hand. She'll hate it. She'll have to say thank you and everything. And because I got her whatever job is about to materialize, which it will because my manifestation game is strong, and I'm currently working it hard for her. I want to pop by from time to check in, ruffle her feathers, give her something to scold me for. Or maybe see if she'll give me one of those smiles she was so free with before she realized who I was. I'm sending one last text to my banker because I'm almost positive Nettie has a cousin whose roommate just bailed as a knock sounds at the door. Stuffing my feet in my gym shoes, I crank the volume and hit play. I swing open the door, expecting my favorite, no-nonsense fun record to be tapping her phone, telling me I'm 13 seconds late. But instead of the riot of auburn curls trying to bust free of their knot and honey-brown eyes narrowed in perpetual irritation, I'm met with the pinched face of a blonde who looks vaguely familiar. And about 17 months pregnant. She does not look good. Hey, you okay? I ask, fumbling to silence the phone as I flip through my mental index and come up blank. She's blowing out the longest breath in the history of breaths, eyes screwed shut. Holy shit. Please, don't let this be some fan looking for me to bless her belly. I mean, I've heard of worse. Way worse, actually. But that's not what my seldom wrong gut is tensing up to tell me. Finally, her watery, panic-filled eyes open, and my heart stops as recognition hits, detonating with the force to take out the foundation of my world. This is the girl I hooked up with last season. The one with the fresh ex and the nice smile who was only in town for her sister's wedding and a single night of fun. Chapter 2. Axel. There aren't a lot of things that scare me, but I'm losing my shit facing down this 8-pound, 2-ounce bundle of wrinkly skin and tiny, flailing arms. Otto, my son. I turn to the nurse beside me. Maybe we should stay another night. I croak. The panic that's been a constant since my world blew up and then got blasted to dust claws higher at my throat. If we give it a few more hours, maybe she'll change her mind. Except it's already mid-afternoon, and I know they've checked. I know what Shelley, not Sarah, as I discovered when I gave the wrong name to the nurse at labor and delivery admitting, had planned, and how fucking lucky I am that her conscience refused to let her go through with it before giving me the chance to keep what her life wouldn't allow for. You're going to be fine, the nurse assures, handing me some kind of pre-packed diaper bag that apparently comes free with every baby. It's pink and purple plastic and not quite as wide as the span of my hand. This is my survival kit. Her mouth pulls down, then she loops 2 more bags around my neck before giving me a gentle pat and a look that says, "But seriously, it's time for you to go." I'm torn between shaking her shoulders and demanding to know what's wrong with her that she's letting me walk out of here with an actual human baby, and grabbing my son and running before they realize their mistake and don't let me have him at all. Maybe they shouldn't. It took me 45 minutes to get his tiny arms into his shirt, and less than 1 for a passing nurse to shake her head, whip it off his frail body, and put it on the right way. Heart pounding, gut in knots. I open my mouth again, but she shakes her head. Try to sleep when he does, and you'll be fine. I swallow and look at Otto, who's so small and fragile, my heart aches with the need to protect him. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Nora. Stepping back from the peephole, I let out an indignant cough. Oh, this guy is so dead. Take 5 minutes, he said. I'll be right over, he said. 2 damn days ago. Glaring at the now towering pile of deliveries with Axel's name on them, I can't believe I actually thought he understood what I was going through, that maybe he even cared. Ha! Wrong again, Nora. The jerk doubled down on his efforts. Cue the 10 additional deliveries in the last 24 hours, most of which arrived while the movers were here, each box bigger than the last. He probably had his whole stupid hockey team howling about it. I glance around Diane's otherwise empty living room, trying to take solace in the knowledge that by tomorrow at noon, I won't have to worry about letting this guy snow me again. Yanking the door open, I suck a deep breath, ready to lay into him, and choke. Axel? This cannot be my obnoxiously hot neighbor of the flirty winks and dirty smiles who always looks like he's fresh out of some expensive cologne ad, even when he's pairing a black eye and split lip with his custom suit. Because this guy... Well, it's not just the dark circles around his two wide eyes, or the grayish pallor to his skin. It's not even the cheap plastic totes hanging too tight across his chest. It's the infant car seat, complete with an actual infant inside, that has me questioning whether I've somehow stumbled into an alternate reality. Where did you get that? Axel blinks, swallows. He's mine. I take a shocked step back. Since when? And yes, it's possibly the dumbest question I could have asked, but Axel looks around like he's thinking, hard, and then asks, "When were you at my place?" What? 2 days ago. He nods, then he shakes his head, and I get the sense he's not entirely sure if he's coming or going. I was heading over here, but when I opened the door, Shelley was there, in labor. So, yeah, about 2 hours after that. Okay, maybe today's not the day to tear this guy a new one, because as excuses go, his is pretty legit. And crazy tiny in his itty-bitty blue shirt and cap. Oh man, I should look away. But then the little guy makes one of those precious baby owl mouths, and my heart melts. Wow, congratulations, I say softly, inching forward. What's his name? Otto, for my dad. Sweet. Except this is Axel, and he's a jerk. The fact that he's holding my personal kryptonite in front of him doesn't change that. I ought to let him get back to his 2-day-old baby. I peek down the hall, wondering where the reinforcements are. The guys from the team, or that brother of his. One of the seemingly constant stream of guests coming and going from his place at all hours. Anyone who can help out with the oversized packages, which suddenly make more sense. Only the hall is empty. But even without the entourage, he's going to need to hand off Otto to move these. Where's Mom? He swallows and adjusts his hold on the carrier. Pennsylvania, or on her way there, I guess. I called the hospital from the lift, and she'd already been discharged, but I don't know if... Oh, God. He's alone. He clears his throat and levels me with a look. Do you still need a job? Wait, what? I gasp, mental whiplash leaving me confused. Yes? He holds up the carrier, and suddenly I get it. You're hired. No, he can't be serious. Except... Yes, Axel straightens. I need a couple of weeks, maybe a month, max. Just until I can find a more permanent solution. But I've only got 5 more days of emergency leave from the team before I have to get back on the ice and travel for games. He swallows hard, looking down at where Otto is starting to squirm. I'm going to have to leave him, so I need someone to move in and... Move in, I wheeze. We aren't even friends. He shakes his head. I don't need a friend. I need someone responsible who knows how to take care of an infant, and I need them to start now. He meets my eyes. All the games and bullshit, they're done. No more hassles. Just help me out, and I'll pay triple what Diane did, up front. Please. Triple? Shit, Diane was notoriously cheap, and I'm asking you to help me round the clock. 4 times? Deal, I'm in. I agree before he can change his mind, because this is the 11th hour reprieve I've been praying for. I don't care how much of a thorn he's been in my side. I don't care what kind of player he is, or that I'm pretty sure Axel couldn't knock off the games and bullshit no matter how hard he tried. The only thing that matters is tomorrow morning I don't have to get on that train and move home. We knock out a few more details, and then I flip the deadbolt to keep the door open while I follow Axel down the hall to his place. He unlocks it and then stops, letting out a long sigh.
It's his first time coming home. No mother to hold him, a father who didn't know he existed until 2 days ago, and an apartment that doesn't have a single toy or decoration to welcome him in.
Axel isn't my favorite guy, but I'd have to be dead not to feel for him. I know what you're saying, but all he needs is you. He gives me a tight nod and waves me in. So, this is it, the Devil's Lair. It's a big space. The living room is twice the size of Diane's, and while hers has a nice view, this one has floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the lakefront and a gorgeous slice of the city. The interior, though, yikes. Bachelor pad central. I take in the wall of shelves filled with hockey trophies, medals, banners, and collectibles. There's a big black leather couch with a spill of mail on the floor below, and a couple matching oversized chairs. Glasses and water bottles lay forgotten on various black, metal, and glass surfaces. And in the middle of the room, a massive TV and entertainment center with a couple of game consoles that would have my brothers drooling. It's not the most baby-friendly place I've ever seen, but it's not the least either. This is fine, Axel, and it's pretty clean. Plus, you've got that guy who comes once a week.
But it doesn't look like the kind of place a baby would live.
Not yet. But bring all that stuff you ordered over, and I'm betting it will. I walk around the open space of the front, seeing the potential, even as I start my list of to-dos. Eventually, you're going to need to make sure that shelving with the shrine to yourself is secured to the wall, that the outlets have plastic covers, and the cabinets get baby locks, but none of that will matter for months. When I look back, Axel's standing in the middle of the room. The skin across his knuckles is bleached from the death grip he's got on the carrier handle. Hey, why don't you let me take Otto while you get his stuff? He hands me the carrier, and I turn for the couch.
Wait, no,
He chokes out, eyes bugged.
not there.
The couch? A firm shake of his head.
Anywhere else is fine.
He says, watching to make sure I don't sit down before heading back out. Okay. I walk Otto over to the island in a kitchen way nicer than Diane's. Then, carefully extracting the tiny bundle of boy from his car seat, I tuck him against my chest and sigh at the slight weight and new baby smell of him. Otto, I coo gently, muscle memory drawing me into a rhythmic sway perfected through a lifetime of practice. Such a big, tough name for such a sweet little man. Chapter 3. Nora. Axel lugs the parcel palooza from Diane's back to his place. He offers to bring my stuff over too, but while there isn't that much, I haven't gone through it yet, so I pass. I don't really want him carrying my panty collection for me. Besides, I need to make a few calls before I can jump into my new nanny role. I call my mother first, and no surprise, she's disappointed, explaining in detail how they could really use me at home, how they're already spread so thin, and the money I've been sending there isn't enough to get some help, etc., etc., etc. It's rough. Letting my mother down isn't the highlight of my day, but a lifetime of experience has proven that if I don't draw a line, she will take and take until there's nothing left for me. So I stay strong, and when I hang up, I'm relieved. Until I make the next call. I know how my sister is going to react, and sure enough, I've barely begun to explain when, "Have you lost your damn mind?" Parked on my narrow futon, I wince, pulling out an earbud before tentatively replacing it. "Caroline, it's not what you think," I say, trying for chill because my sister is freaking out enough for the both of us. The sound she makes is disbelieving. and disappointed, and concerned, and probably 100 other things, too. And I get it. I think it sounds like you spent the first 25 years of your life stuck in a house taking care of someone else's kids. You finally get out, and not even 5 months later you're moving into some guy's place to take care of his. First, singular on the kid. Otto. He's 2 days old and so stinkin' cute. Oh, well then, why didn't you say so? She huffs. Funny girl. She's such a hothead when she's worried, but just as quick to cool. Second, this job is temporary. And third, I'm getting paid up front. I can hear the air blowing through my sister's nose, practically see her tapping her foot, arms crossed tight around her too thin build. Yeah? How much? Way more than what Diane was paying. Glancing at my phone, I see I still have a few minutes before I told Axel I'd be back. It's a 1-month commitment, maybe less, then I'm done. And with some notice and what I'll earn, there will be enough time to find another job and a place in the city. But a live-in nanny? Isn't that just a little too close to your gig at home? This is supposed to be your turn. Honestly, this job is the only thing saving me from moving back. Without it, I'd be on the train tomorrow. And it's temporary. Yeah, I mean, if it keeps you from having to go home and there's an end date, then I guess it can't be a bad thing. It's not. Or mostly it's not. Explain? If I told her it was Axel, he of these zillion packages and shouty friends, she'd get it. But Axel hasn't told his family and team about Otto yet, and while I know Caroline wouldn't say a word until he gave me the go-ahead, I intend to respect his privacy. The guy I'm working for is kind of a jerk. Perfect. Lean into that. Excuse me? I laugh. The more this guy talks down to you and gets his underwear in a twist about stupid shit, the easier it's going to be walking away in a month. Fortunately, Axel doesn't do either of those things. But she's right. It will be easy to walk away when it's done. We wrap the call, and with a few minutes to spare, I do a last sweep of the apartment. I don't have a lot to bring with me, just the narrow futon that's been doubling as a chair and bed these last months, a duffel bag, and a laundry basket with the rest of the clothes from the closet draped over it. I take the bag and basket first, then come back for the futon and drag it into the hall. When I'm done, I leave the keys on the floor inside the door before closing it behind me. Axel's already in the hall, Otto in his arms. We trade, and he brings my few possessions in for me. The futon doesn't make it any farther than the wall in the living room next to the broken-down boxes from the bassinet and changing table we set up earlier. The rest of my stuff goes to the guest room. And it's official. I'm moved in. This is nuts. Axel rakes a hand through spectacularly messy hair, giving the apartment a vacant look. It's only been about 45 minutes since I left, but he looks like he's aged 45 years. Clearly, he's beyond exhausted, and even though he told me to take as long as I needed to let my family know I wasn't coming home and close things up at Diane's, I feel a wave of guilt for not recognizing how tired he was before. That fatigue is something I know all too well. Hey, how about I start opening the rest of the boxes and getting things set up around here, I suggest, walking Otto over to the bassinet. It takes Axel a beat longer than it should to answer, and when I look back over my shoulder, there's something off about the way he's turning his head.
I can, start cleaning out my office.
Nuh-uh. This guy is running on fumes. Actually, you know what? Otto doesn't need a nursery all to himself tonight. The office can wait. Let's work on it together after we have a chance to see what all you've bought and maybe have a plan on what we still need. Besides, I'm thinking you could use a break. Axel closes his eyes for a breath, and when they open again, Wow, the gratitude is real.
I love you.
I roll my eyes. Not mutual. Just trying to keep you alive until the check clears. I'm expecting a swift, sharp-witted comeback, some ego-charged assertion that I'm totally into him. But that was the Axel from 2 days ago. This guy grunts something incoherent and disappears down the hall. I get started, more than a little curious about what I'm going to find. The bassinet has enough lights, displays, sounds, and accessories. I half expect it to be capable of docking with the space station. And the changing table? Really nice. But the burled walnut doesn't exactly go with the decor. Strange. The first box contains a deconstructed baby bath gift set and a dozen boob-shaped bottles from a brand I've never heard of, but I'm betting cost more than all the bottles through all the kids at my house combined. I hit the jackpot with a bouncer in the second box. These things are gold. I'm just reaching for the third when I hear Otto's soft grunt. "Well, look who's awake," I murmur, undoing his swaddle and picking him up to hold him against my cheek and chest. "Daddy bought you a bath set that feels softer than any towel I've ever used. Maybe we get some grub in you and plan for a nice—"
Thank fuck.
Axel gasps, careening into the room, looking like he's having a heart attack. "What's the matter?" I whisper gently, wanting to bring the energy down before Otto picks up on it. His eyes flick from me to Otto.
Fuck, I'm the worst father already.
His voice cracks and he looks like he's about to cry, which is not something I'm prepared to face, so whatever has this guy spun up, I'm going to talk him down. Not exactly part of the job description, but no matter how much Axel has rubbed me wrong over the last few months, he deserves some understanding after the blind side he's had. "Hey, you're doing fine," I say with my most reassuring voice, digging deep for the kindness that doesn't exactly come naturally where this guy is concerned. "There's a learning curve, but you've got this, and you've got—"
You could be a serial killer, a kidnapper, a cult member, one of those fuckers looking for healthy infant organs. And Otto's are strong. Look at me. He's got the genes.
I blink, torn between addressing the serial killer thing and Axel's seeming inability to refrain from stroking his own ego in public.
You're strapped for cash and desperate. You could be waiting for my eyes to close so you can steal him.
His voice cracks.
And I'd have let you walk right out the door with my baby, all because I was tired.
Whoa. And then, like he didn't just suggest I might be a kidnapper, killer, or possibly into the infant organ trade, he leans in with pleading eyes.
No one is going to let me keep my son if they find out. Children's services are going to show up. They're going to see I don't know what the fuck I'm...
I smush my fingers against his mouth. Holy shiznit, this guy's going off the rails fast. Stop. He does. In fact, it almost feels like he's swaying into my hand. Jerking it away, I wipe my fingers on my jeans. He doesn't even notice. But then again, he's waiting for me to steal his child or to fight off children's services himself. So, bigger fish to fry and all that. Axel, how long has it been since you slept, exactly? He gulps, shakes out his head, then does some finger math that has me deeply concerned, and ultimately proves too complicated.
Friday morning. I got up at 6.
You haven't slept since before he was born? That chill whisper I was going for ramps toward shrill. That's going on 60 hours. I hug Otto closer, praying Axel doesn't try to take him from me. Maybe I can let him hold him if he sits down. On the floor, I still don't know what the deal with that couch is.
I can't sleep. What if he needs something? What if he's sick?
I nod. What if I'm a serial killer? Time to turn this bus around. Step 1, show the crazy man I'm on his side. But see, you're not a bad father at all. You totally thought about the risks before you went to sleep and not after you woke up. Give yourself some credit. That's really good. Step 2, reassure him. Though even if you hadn't, I'd still be here and Otto would be safe. He isn't convinced. Step 3, give him a reasonable plan. Axel, I know you're nervous, but you have to get some rest or it won't be safe for you to hold Otto, and he needs you. Oh no, those eyes are getting really shiny. I glance around for my keys and wallet, wondering if letting him hang on to them tonight might be enough. But then I see something better.
Chapter 4, Axel. I wake with a start, jerking upright and looking around in confusion until I remember and... Jesus. If that's how you wake up every day, the whole no-girlfriend thing makes way more sense. Nora's sitting in the chair by the window, and it's practically swallowing her whole. She's got Otto tucked into the crook of her arm, his bottle nearly drained. I take a deep breath and shake my head. Something seems off, but I'm too foggy to figure out what. I'm by the front door, on the floor, but not on the floor. Is this your futon? I don't even remember dragging it over. Because, yeah, that's what I did. Parked her little convertible bed and my big-ass body in front of the door so the only way Nora could leave would be to go through me. Fuck. She's going to quit. Yeah, not quite your size, but by the time we hit the blockade, the door with your body part of the program, whether your feet hung over the edge, didn't seem super important. And hey, you finally got some Z's. And now I know what's wrong. There's sunlight streaming in through the windows that were dark last time I looked, which means I hired this chick to help with my baby and then went comatose on her. For... shit, I don't have my phone on me. How long was I out? Almost 15 hours, and before you get yourself all spun up again, I've been taking care of Otto. He's perfect, and you needed the rest. You probably need more. Flashes of last night come back to me, and I wonder if there's enough money in my bank account to get her to stay. Look, Nora, I don't actually think you're... A serial killer? She offers casually, like she isn't twisting the knife. Cult member looking for a human sacrifice? Yeah, that. Sorry. She'll never let me live it down. Don't sweat it. But so you don't flip the next time you miss a nap, Diane said you could call her as a reference. She's actually my mom's second cousin. It's how I got my job with her. My head jerks up and promptly starts to pound. You're not going to bail? Shockingly, no. She really needs this job. My body aches in a way I'm not used to as I shove to my feet and walk to where she's sitting with my son. Otto is done with his bottle and zonked. Nora, on the other hand, looks hyper-alert as she watches me. Want to burp him? Yeah, if that's okay. I want to hold him, feel him in my arms, and remind myself this is real. I take him carefully from Nora, resting him against my shoulder. His body tenses. Then, after a few gentle taps of my fingers at the center of his back, he lets out a tiny burp. Nice work, she offers with a smile that's more for my son than for me. Look at you, getting the hang of this baby thing. She has no idea what those words mean to me. If she did, no way would she have said them. You think? You're a natural. Good, because I don't think I can put this off any longer. She raises a brow. A shower? Go for it. I've never actually seen your hair look like... I was going to say telling my family. I pinch my shirt, pulling it up to take a whiff. Compared to what I smell like after a game, this is nothing. But maybe I'll be able to sell the whole has it all together thing better if I clean up first.
Nora. Axel's mom didn't have an opening in her schedule at the university until this afternoon, so we finished going through the deliveries this morning. Pretty obvious which ones were ordered before Otto. Hello, bulk order of shake weights and box of participation medals with a few of his teammates' names on them, and which came after. Axel spent a couple hours returning calls, though I think the number of people who actually know about Otto is very small, and only out of necessity for things like insurance and beneficiaries. He wants to talk to his family before word leaks and they find out some other way. When 3 rolls around, Axel has tidied up a section of his living room that will be on camera, and I've got Otto ready in a smart blue outfit with a puppy on the hat. Watching other people with their families is always weird to me, and Axel with his is no exception. Standing off camera, I peek at the screen. They've got some group video call happening that my family would never be able to manage. Too many people, not enough money for the tech, and why have a video call when everyone can crowd together in one cramped house? But with Axel's family, there are just the 4 of them. No one talking over the others. No need to redo head counts every minute. His mom has a warm smile and salt and pepper hair that's cut stylishly short, a funky bright scarf wrapped around her neck, and a smile that matches both her sons. She looks like the professor she is. His brother, Anders, I've seen around the building before, but not this close. He's outside somewhere, a pair of aviators blocking his eyes, and the washed blue of Chicago's November sky above him as he walks. His sister, Astrid, shares her mother's features, but has so much hair that even up in that messy bun, it's everywhere. She's the baby of the family, and completely adorable, in a slouchy hoodie and shorts, sitting on her bed. They're a nice-looking group. "Axel, honey, I'm sorry to rush you, but I've got papers to grade before my next class." His mom writes something, then puts her pen down, focus returning to the call with a smile. "What's the good news you've got to share with us?"
Endorsement deal with Lamborghini?
Anders asks, flashing a wink and smile at someone he passes on the street. He makes a face and angles the phone so we get to see the retreating form of a curvaceous blonde.
They want to give us all cars?
Ugh. Astrid snorts, rolling her eyes. "Earmuffs, Mom. More likely some STD cream. P.S. Anders, Nadia says to tell you she wouldn't date you if you had the last working dick in all humanity." I managed to hold back the laugh, trying to chase it. Axel's mom sighs, picks up her pen, and writes something else. Anders shakes his head.
Dating isn't on offer, but you tell Nadia.
Guys. Axel flicks the casing next to the mic, and all 3 of them return their focus to him, wearing smiles that match the ones Axel has always thrown around. Not now, though. His mom catches on first, her brows pulling together, focus sharpening. "Honey?" He takes a deep breath.
I met a girl last season.
Everyone is silent, and I find myself holding my own breath.
She wasn't from Chicago, and we didn't stay in touch. But a few days ago, she came back. Pregnant.
"Fuck that shit, bro," Anders belts out, all signs of the playful guy from seconds ago gone in a blink.
Lawyer up, man. No communication until 2, not 1, 2 independent paternity tests come back saying you're the sperm donor.
"Axel." His mom tries to cut in as Astrid shakes her head, muttering something her brother's tirade keeps cutting off. So I guess they do talk over each other.
Opportunistic bullshit. Don't talk to her.
Anders's breath is coming hard, a ceiling behind him now instead of sky.
Not a damn word that doesn't go through the lawyers.
Axel clears his throat.
Yeah, not really a problem with the talking. Shelley is back in Pennsylvania already, but she wasn't like that. She didn't want money. I offered it. I told her I'd marry her. Said I'd support her if she'd stay. But...
He breaks off, and my heart aches for all of them. After a breath, he waves me over, the silence from the video call stretching, as I pass Axel his son. There's a round of choked responses and gasps, and then a fist banging on the front door, which is when I notice the carpet now filling the screen around Anders's lower legs looks familiar. Axel huffs.
Just let him in.
Crossing to the door, I pull it open wide as Anders Eriksson blows past, arm outstretched in accusation.
What the fuck is that?
He demands, cheeks sucking in, red face dotted with sweat. Axel turns back to the camera.
This is Otto.
Axel. My mom and Astrid have a million questions. Nora heads back to her room as I give them the basics, including the rushed paternity test, Shelley's choice to give Otto up, and her last-minute decision to offer me the chance to be his father, even though she couldn't be his mother. My mom's concerned about me not being prepared for my life to change so drastically without any notice, but already having a live-in nanny goes a long way toward easing her concerns. Thank you, Nora. My sister wants to see Otto's baby chicken legs and sugar snap toes and is furious when I went and had a baby right after she moved to Portland. When our time's up, Mom's planning a visit when the term ends, and Astrid thinks she can fly back for Christmas next month. I disconnect the call and turn to Anders, who's staring at Otto with a mulish frown. Stop giving my baby the stink eye. Fuck off, I'm not. I pull out my phone and take a picture of him, then send it with the message, stink eye. Anders checks and lets out a humorless laugh, wiping a hand over his face. How are you going to do this, man? I take a breath and carefully adjust my son as I stand. Honestly, I don't know. I think the last baby I held was Cousin Beth's when I was 10 for about 2 minutes. But then I had hockey practice and had to leave. I didn't babysit. I've never dated anyone with a kid. But it doesn't matter, because I'm all this guy has, so I'm going to learn how to be the dad he needs. Anders pushes out of his chair and shakes his head. No, man, you're not all he has, ever. And then he gives me a grudging wave. Let Uncle Anders have a turn. Absolutely, I say through a grin, emotion making my voice thick. But wash your hands first? Yeah, don't give me that look either, I'm serious. While Anders washes up, I head back to Nora's room and knock. She opens the door, pulling her earbuds out as she does. No scowl. No snippy comment. But then it's not like my teammates woke her up at 4 a.m. today. At least not my Slayer's teammates. The newest addition to Team Erickson may very well have. She directs a soft smile at my son, not me. Ready for me to take him? Nah, I just wanted to tell you, you didn't need to hide out in here all evening. Hell, have you even eaten today? Her hand moves to her belly. I made some coffee this morning and had one of your protein bars this afternoon, but then I sort of lost track. Now that you mention it, though, I'm kind of starving. Me too. I nod for her to follow me back to the living room. What do you like? I'll order in. Anything is fine. Ty, Anders chirps, drying his hands on his jeans. That fat noodle stuff with the basil and chicken. Get 2. And spring rolls. And satay. And stuff for you guys, too.
Satay.
Nora hums, rubbing her hands together.
Can I share, or is all that really just for you?
His head comes up and, eyes locking on Nora, his jaw drops. Anders, I growl in warning. But when has this punk ever listened to me? Fun wrecker? Shit. Nora's brow slips up into a smooth arch, her eyes shifting my way as a wicked smile curves her lips. There she is. That's me. Clearing my throat, I nod between them. Anders, this is Nora. She's agreed to help me out with Otto for the next month. Nora, this is Anders. Whatever he wants, the answer is no. Nice to meet you officially, Anders, she says, stuffing her hands into the back pockets of her jeans. Message clear. No handshakes, no hugs. I like it. Especially since Anders is already sliding into smarmy man-on-the-make mode. Yeah, I see the subtle adjustment to his stance. That crossed arm thing with the faux bulgy muscles, not on my watch. Anders, you wanted to hold Otto? To his credit, he doesn't blow his brand spanking new nephew off for the hot nanny. He takes him in his arms and then, all innocence, gives up this sort of nervous-sounding, totally fake laugh. Jeez, am I holding him right? I'm not sure. The little prick. Nora's there in a blink, helping my brother, who actually did babysit, has dated at least one chick with a baby, and guaranteed knows exactly what he's doing with Otto. Her voice is reassuring and gentle, her hands adjusting my son, who, thank God, is too young to know he's being used. Anders' eyes come up over her shoulder, gleaming with in-your-face satisfaction. Lucky you've got Otto there, I mutter, my knuckles cracking in my fist. He beams back. I know. Best part, the minute this kid takes a dump, I'm giving him back to Daddy. We order Thai, because Anders always gets his way, and eat in the kitchen while Otto kicks back in his bouncer, eyes wide and alert, but not even close to interested in all the accessories dangling above him. Anders reaches out and spins one of the rattles. This thing sucks. He doesn't even like it. Nora snorts, stirring her ginger cashewed chicken with her chopsticks. I know we've only opened a fraction of what Axel ordered, but I'm kind of suspecting he went online and searched best baby boy essentials, and then bought it all. I reach for Otto's hand, letting him grip my pinky in his wrinkly fist. You hear that? Nora doesn't know what she's talking about. I try to make my voice as gentle and soft as hers, but it cracks, sounding stupid. I visited a few nice ladies on the floor when he was born and asked if they'd share their baby registries with me. Duh. When I look up, she's staring at me. That was a really good idea, and probably not the easiest thing to do. She nods, giving me the smile I haven't seen in months. Damn, don't get caught up in it. Glancing away, I push my hand through the hair that's already too long, but I won't cut until the season is over. Yeah, well, desperate times and all. A few minutes later, she scoops Otto up and takes him back for a change. I'm watching them round the corner to the hall when a limp, sticky basil leaf hits me in the face. I blink and turn to Anders, who's shaking his head. Jesus, Axe, put your tongue away before someone steps on it. Annoyed, I flick a wide noodle back at him. Give me a break. She's got Otto. It's been a fucking rough couple of days, and believe it or not, the fact that she's here, willing to look past what a douche I've been and help me out while I look for a more permanent solution, it's a big deal. He shrugs. If you say so. I do. Great. And that tone? Totally calling bullshit.
Chapter 5. Nora. Anders stays until about 11, helping to convert Axel's office into Otto's nursery. It's the ideal setup since the space is connected by a Jack and Jill bathroom to the guest bedroom, where the nanny will be staying. When Anders starts to yawn, Axel pulls him in for a long hug and a few quiet words. I head back into the mostly empty room to give them some privacy. There are only a few boxes left, and I grab the one labeled Erickson, Slayer's No. 6, hats, and carry it across the hall to Axel's bedroom. Like everything else in his slick bachelor pad, it follows the monochromatic theme with light gray sheets that look softer than anything I own, and a duvet in charcoal with a barely there pinstripe plaid against a padded headboard. The box goes against the wall opposite the massive unmade bed behind me with the jerseys, photos, posters, and everything else he's supposed to sign.
It's like a hoarder's paradise in here,
Axel says from the open doorway. It looks like Diane's workroom after a new shipment came in. Just swap out all the hockey stuff for custom phone case creation supplies.
Smaller boxes.
I yawn. You'd think. He's got the last 2 boxes, and as he moves in beside me to set them with the others, his big arm brushes mine.
Sorry,
He says gruffly, nodding to where I'm rubbing the tingles from the spot we touched. I drop my hand and, not wanting to be weird, wave around the now-packed room. What are you going to do with all this stuff? Axel lets out a slow breath and starts back for the hall.
Hell if I know. Sort through it and figure out what I can get rid of. Maybe see if there's any storage space available in the building. Which is nuts, considering 3 days ago I had more space than I could use.
I follow him back to the living room, where we stop in front of Otto's bassinet. It's crazy how everything can change in a blink. Honestly, I can't believe I'm standing here, that the job and security I thought I'd found helping to manage Diane's small online business vanished within a week, only to be replaced by this unexpected little boy who turned his daddy's life upside down and saved mine in a matter of hours. My throat gets that tight feeling, and I blink a few times to chase away the emotions. Sensing Axel's eyes on me, I take a step back and nod to the couch currently covered in broken-down boxes. What's the deal with this, anyway? I mean, you shouldn't sleep with him on the couch, but if you're awake, it's okay to sit there. Axel's brows furrow.
I didn't know about the sleeping on the sofa thing.
He turns to me, a sort of hesitant look on his face, but then he shrugs.
Not like you're going to think any less of me, so... Boomer, my teammate, brought a couple of bunnies back here after the club last week, and...
On the couch? I cough in shock. All 4 of you? I knew he was a player, but a foursome? In the living room?
What?
Why wouldn't you use your bed? It's huge. How does that even work? Then my hand comes up and I give my head a hard shake. Wait, no, don't tell me. I don't want details. I don't need them because suddenly my mind is going a million dirty miles an hour. I can't believe once upon a time I thought this guy might be interested in something romantic with me, that I'd actually been falling for all his smooth lines and letting him reel me in with his too easy conversation. I can't believe I was a breath away from agreeing to a movie at his place when this is what he does on his couch. Except now, I'm wondering if this is what happens on his couch, then what happens in his bed? And those noises I've heard through the wall, just how many people were there? A panicky feeling washes over me. What if he doesn't wait until the month is through before his next orgy? Will I have to listen? Will I see? Fingers snap in front of my face.
Are you done?
When I don't answer, he rolls his eyes at me. Him, Axel, at me.
For the record, it was not the 4 of us on that couch. I went to bed alone in the room that you might note does not share a wall with your old one. But they were all still up, and the next morning, I found some panties between the cushions.
Panties. I blink, memory taking me back to that afternoon 5 months ago. I can still feel the heat burning up the back of my neck, the way my belly did this sort of roller coaster flip. I can still remember the single hard pound of my heart as I wondered what this gorgeous monolith of a man was doing, giving me his attention all week, acting like he might just stand with me by our mailboxes all day. How my body swayed into the space, the connection between us as we talked and talked and talked. I thought, this was what I was missing, what I was waiting for. He asked me what I was doing that afternoon, if maybe I'd be willing to forsake our usual mailbox hangout, and then that shriek cut through the air, followed by the clack of heels so high on a body so stacked, I couldn't believe the woman behind it all was able to walk without toppling over. Next thing, she was plastered against Axel's side, her dragon-long nails splayed across his chest as she pressed her tits around his arm and rubbed them back and forth. Axel's eyes had flared wide before something like resignation filled them, knocking me back and cutting that imagined connection clean. He'd smiled at her warmly and asked her what was up with the same unrushed attention he'd just been giving to me. Her eyes cut to mine, a smug look in them as she went to her toes like she had a secret, then giggled that she left something in his apartment the other night, something intimate, and she didn't want one of the other girls thinking they were hers. I finally got why he was talking to me. I got why his flirt was so effective. This guy was a grade A player, and I'd been about to be played. Flash forward to now. Again with the panties. Seriously, how often do women leave their underwear at your place? He sighs.
It happens. Sometimes they want an excuse to come back. But I gave that pair to Boomer at practice, so the girls won't be coming here for them.
What, like there was only a single pair between them?
More like Crystal and Kansas sort of came as a pair. It's kind of their thing. I mean, so far as I understand it.
So far as you understand it. Right. This is nuts. Okay, so I get why you want Otto clear of the unclean seating. But speaking practically, think you can find any forgiveness in the couch's future, or is it dead to you forever? In which case, I suggest you get a new one. He frowns.
What would you do?
I wouldn't have invited Crystal and Kansas home with me, obviously, but I'd clean it. Axel's eyes narrow on the offending furniture. Whoa. I take a step back, hoping I haven't inadvertently grazed it walking by. Then again, I don't really know this Boomer guy or what kind of good time he'd be getting up to.
We'll replace it.
Good idea. But tomorrow, it's late. I'm thinking we feed Otto one last time and call it a night while you can still mostly access your bed. Then, because I can't help myself, I add, or maybe you're planning on taking the futon to the front door again and the bed's not an issue? His head drops, shoulders going slack, but not before I see the smile split the thick stubble of his face.
First you told Anders about it.
Oh yeah, mark my words. I head for the kitchen. I'm telling everyone.
Chapter 6. Axel. I'm a confident guy, not some douchey dickhead with a superiority complex and the need to show everyone in the room that I'm the brain to beat, but smart enough that school came easy. Friends, girls, obviously, and yeah, sports. But nothing in my life has ever delivered a blow to my confidence so much as this tiny human staring up at me with his hazed blue eyes and impossibly fucking difficult diaper tabs. For fuck's sake, it's not rocket science. I'm already on diaper number 3, trying to unstick it for myself. Otto's bare skinny hip and the wrong damn spot on the diaper. And he's crying. His little face scrunched up like the wrinkliest raisin, his tiny lip jutted in not just annoyance, but absolute soul-crushing heartbreak. You want help? Nora calls from beyond the closed bathroom door. I told her I'd take care of him this morning since she's getting up with him during the night, and I meant it. He's my son. I should be able to change him. Nope, I got it. I call over my shoulder before turning back to Otto. Bear with me, kid. This one's a dud, but we'll get the next. Diaper number 4 looks like a winner, but then I somehow get the tab stuck on my sleeve and the whole thing comes out from under his bony little bum. I'm seriously about to lose my shit because at 4 days in, I should have this down. The door opens behind me, and then she's there, smelling like green apples and fresh from the shower Nora. Hair wrapped in a pink towel, her body in a thick robe, she frees the diaper and hands it to me. Not taking over, but just standing there like the calming presence she is. Sometimes is. Sometimes all I can think about is how it used to be, and calming definitely isn't the word. No room for those thoughts now, though. She rests a terry-clad hip against the table and coos at my son, all warm smiles and soft, adoring sounds that work to soothe my butthurt ego as well. How does she do that? I catch her quiet snort a second before I notice the warm pee trickling between my fingers. Perfect. I've been ready to lose it less than a minute ago, but somehow her amusement, which is totally the at me, not with me variety, puts a grin on my face. Damn, I don't want to like her. Laugh it up. Better cover that fire hose. She sings, her enjoyment at my expense obvious. She hands me another diaper before returning to the bathroom. This one, I nail. Otto and I head back to my room where I prop a couple pillows at the headboard and peel my shirt off for some skin-to-skin chill time. O gets nappy naked, as the nurse at the hospital called it. Then I lay him over my chest and drape a light blanket on his back before picking up the board book one of the ladies recommended. I read to him softly and then grab my phone. The texts have been escalating since my no-show for the flight to Nashville Saturday morning. That shit doesn't happen. Especially not to me. I'm there for every game, every practice. Hell, I'm the one making damn sure the rest of the guys get their asses to the tarmac on time. And the fact that I wasn't replying to them only made shit worse. Guaranteed, if the team hadn't been on the road the last few days, Otto and I would have come home from the hospital to a broken-down door and Boomer and Bowie freaking the fuck out on my soiled couch while they drank my beer and decimated my snacks. Who am I kidding? Grady'd be there, too. He's like my backup babysitter for those clowns. They've got a game tonight, but they're back tomorrow, and I still haven't talked to them, because apparently fatherhood has turned me into a total chicken shit. I heave a breath, smooth a hand over Otto when he squirms, and bite the bullet, firing off a quick group text to wish them luck in tonight's game and tell them I'll see them tomorrow when they're back. My phone immediately lights up, but I thumb it to silent. I'll man up tomorrow.
Nora. You sure you want me to come in? I'm fine staying in the car. I glance around the players section of the Slayers parking lot as Axel cuts toward the security door, Otto's car seat in hand. I shouldn't be nervous about seeing his teammates. I'm not the one who was making so much noise in the middle of the night that the neighbor had to come over. These guys were. I was justified. But still.
Better if you come.
Axel's voice is tight, his stride purposeful. Almost like he's forcing himself to keep moving.
You'll meet the team, so if there's ever an issue, they'll know your face and name. And then I've got a meeting upstairs with Talia in HR. It won't take long, and there's a comfortable place for you to wait.
Then, almost under his breath, he adds,
It's going to be fine.
I nearly trip because I'm about 90% sure that last muttered bit wasn't meant to reassure me. It starts the second we hit security. One guard lets out a low whistle as we approach.
Number 6, this the reason you left our boys hanging this week?
Axel nods at the older man who's waving the next guard over. They want to know about Otto. They want to know about me. They want to know when Axel is going to be back on the ice and about a dozen other things, including what my number is once they learn I'm not the mom. They're older guys, sweet and surly, and I can tell Axel has a genuine affection for them both. But I can practically feel his tension on the rise as he answers some questions and dodges others. We don't make it 10 feet past the desk before the next small swarm of bodies closes in, and then the next. A few things are clear. Axel Eriksson is well loved. His kid already has celebrity status around here, and every time someone jokes about wishing Otto luck with a father like him, the twitch in Axel's right eye gets just that much more apparent. These people love him, but they have no idea how worried he is about being good enough for his son. Hey, boss. I turn to Axel and place my hand on his sleeve, pulling my most apologetic face. Sorry to be the fun wrecker, but if you're going to make that appointment... His eyes meet mine, and for a beat, it's like he's never seen me before. He blinks and then nods.
Sorry, guys, he says, stepping through the crowd. We've got to keep moving. Promise to bring the little guy in for another visit soon.
The elevator is waiting, and we step in. Axel pushes the button for the lower level where the locker rooms are, and the doors close. If he were anyone else, I'd ask if he was okay. I swallow. Wait. Crap. Are you okay? The muscle in his jaw tenses.
Fine.
Great. Leave it at that. Except, they're only joking. They wouldn't say it if they believed it. He pinches the bridge of his nose and shakes his head.
I know, it's just...
He cuts off as the noise filtering through the elevator walls increases.
Shit. Somebody already texted them.
The doors slide open to a hallway filled with raucous, half-dressed hockey players hamming it up and shoving at each other. At our arrival, they freeze, staring into the car, first at Axel, and then at the infant seat currently angled away from the doors. And then, in unison, they bust out in hysterics. What in the world? Axel lets out a slow breath, tipping his head toward me.
They think it's a prank.
Within his carrier, Otto flails, his face scrunching up in dismay. I'm about to suggest I take him while Axel deals with the team, when something changes in the man beside me. I don't see him move, couldn't begin to tell you what shifted, but somehow he looks bigger, broader, more imposing, threatening in a way I've never seen from him before and really shouldn't find so appealing. When Axel speaks, it's quietly, the lethal edge unmistakable.
Scare my baby again, and I'll beat your asses into early retirement.
Suddenly, it's quiet enough to hear a pin drop. A towel actually does drop, and I hear it. And yikes, that was an eyeful I wasn't expecting. A big guy with russet hair standing in the back mumbles about possibly misreading the situation, and a couple of the guys I've seen at the apartment whisper my name in hushed tones. Fun wrecker. The elevator tries to close, but Axel has a foot blocking the door and the attention of every one of these players.
This is my son, Otto.
He holds the carrier up so they can see in.
He's the reason I'm taking the week off. And this is his nanny, Nora. She's the reason I'll be back on the ice in time for our game against Dallas. She belongs to Otto, so don't even fucking think about it.
I blink, turning to the caveman glaring at his best friends. A couple of the guys are nodding, trying to get a closer look at the baby. Axel holds up a hand.
You can come over after practice next week. Bring him a present, a good one. And if Nora says it's okay, you can hold him then too.
He pulls his foot back and the doors glide closed. He pushes the button, taking us up to 3. I stare. I belong to Otto? He flinches and turns a wary eye my way.
Better there's no misunderstanding. I've seen how they look at you. Now that they're going to have access, I don't want them making you uncomfortable with a bunch of bullshit player moves.
How they look at me? Pretty sure they've only ever looked at me as the neighbor they irritate for sport. Same as Axel. Well, before this. He lets out a low growl.
You're not some puck bunny, not even the hot neighbor anymore. You're Otto's nanny, and there are rules about that sort of thing.
Hot? I don't quite know what to do with that. But then the elevator doors open at the 3rd floor, and while there aren't any half-naked hockey players, there's a small crowd of professionally dressed men and women ready to pounce in the small reception area. We're not through discussing this, I grumble, following him out.
I know.
Axel. I'm no stranger to crowds calling my name during a game, or even the press of eager fans looking to shake my hand or score an autograph outside of one. It doesn't get to me the way it gets to some guys. But today is different. I'm not being mobbed by people who want a piece of me, no. These are my friends and members of the organization I work for, and they want a piece of my kid, which is freaking me the fuck out. Everyone wants to hold him. Everyone wants to know about Nora. No one wants to be the one to come right out and ask about Otto's mom, but everyone dances around it. I'm starting to sweat when a deep voice rumbles through the space. Make a hole, coming through. Nora looks up at me with a raised brow, and I chuckle, the tension easing as I nod toward the man, the myth, the legend. Greg Baxter. He was our captain before he retired. Now he's an assistant coach. Ax, long time no see, he says, cutting to the front of the group. Baxter wasn't the biggest guy on the team. Hell, I've probably got a good inch on him, but he's commanding as fuck. A natural leader with a presence you can't ignore. And when he moves in to usher us out of reception, the crowd breaks up with smiles and well wishes. Coach, this is Nora Bennett. She's helping me out with Otto while we're getting settled. I shoot a look her way and score an appreciative but still kind of pissed smile. I'm totally going to hear about that statement of ownership later, which is fine. The message to my teammates is out there, and that's what matters. I don't want to have to kill them for putting a move on her, and they would. She's a fox, a challenge, and when she gives it up, her laugh is like music. And then, because I'm a fucking idiot, still staring at Nora's profile, wondering if she's going to give me another look, Baxter introduces himself and asks about Otto. Shit, sorry. Yeah, Otto's doing good. I fire off his stats, weight, length, and wingspan, which the doctor didn't get, but I did. How's Julia? Awesome. On her way home from L.A. tonight. She's going to be pissed she missed meeting this guy. Baxter's wife is Julia Wesley, the top sports reporter in the country, and she travels even more than we do. We walk back toward Talia's office, where I've got some paperwork to sign, and Baxter wants to know if I'm still set to return to practice on Friday and travel with the team on Sunday. Christ, I want to tell him no, but this is my job. My only means of providing for this kid who's already gotten shortchanged too much. But the thought of leaving him makes my gut ache. So I do what I've been doing the last couple days and look at Nora. She's not paying much attention to Baxter or that we're inside the main offices for Slayers hockey. She's reaching into Otto's car seat to adjust his blanket and give his little fist a stroke with a soft pat of her finger. I'm not leaving him alone. I'm leaving him with a woman who knows how to take care of him and treats him like she loves him already. Turning back to Baxter, I nod. Absolutely. I'll see you Friday. We get to Talia's door where she's waiting, and he peels off. She congratulates me and hands me a gift bag with one of those impossible tiny t-shirts that snaps beneath his baby junk with the Slayers logo on the front and Erickson number 6 on the butt. It's fucking adorable, and I end up pulling her in for a hug, even though I barely know her. But after a few minutes of small talk, it's time to get down to business. I'll take him back to reception and give him a bottle, Nora says, slipping his diaper backpack over her shoulder and then reaching for his car seat. I don't let go. Talia, give me 1 sec to get her settled, and I'll be right back. Take your time. Oh, and there's a lounge area no one really uses away from the elevators, if you'd prefer less traffic. I know where she's talking about, and guide Nora there. Sure you're good? I don't have to do this now. I can come back another time. She lets out a light laugh and waves me away as she takes a chair and sets Otto on the coffee table in front of her. She doesn't hesitate. Doesn't look like she's at a loss for what to do next, ever. She just coos at my baby and deftly transfers him to her lap for some lunch. I can leave. Do you need any help? I ask. The look she gives me is patiently amused. The answer clear. No. I can go. Okay, I'll just... Axel, go. Meet with the nice lady so we can get out of here. She points to the bag. You want to put a monitor up so you can watch from your phone? It's in there. She showed me how to use it yesterday, but I'm tearing through the compartments in a flash. It's not that I don't trust you. I know. It's in the side pocket. Other side. This isn't like with the door. An incident I will never live down. I know. It's just, fucking finally. I prop the small base unit so it's aimed at the two of them. It's just, what if some nut job came in here and... I know, Axel. You want to make sure Otto's safe. I want to make sure they're both safe. Yeah. Turn on your phone. I pull up the app and there they are. Both of them beautiful, safe. You can go or stay, Axel. This time when she meets my eyes, it's with gentle understanding. If you're not ready to leave him, it's okay. Except I'm not going to have a choice this weekend. I can do this. Holler if you need anything. Then I force myself to walk the 40 feet back to Talia's office. 20 minutes later, I'm done. The end of our meeting rushed when I realized someone joined Otto and Nora in the lounge, off camera. I round the corner at top speed, coming to an abrupt stop when I see the seat beside Nora occupied by Drake Hayden from marketing. He's holding a diet soda, chatting her up. The two of them going on like old friends. I don't like it. Drake notices me first, and his phony smile cranks up. What the hell is this guy doing in here? Doesn't he have to work? Hey, man, congratulations. Done with your meetings? Yeah, we're through. I direct my attention to Nora, taking Otto in my arms because I need to feel him there. Everything okay while I was gone? Next time I'll get you a private office, so. Otto was great. Drake here was nice enough to keep us company while he waited for his lunch delivery. She gives him one of those killer smiles I remember from the before time. Thanks again for the company. Absolutely. He grins, getting up himself. Then, like an afterthought, hey, give me your number real quick. I'll see if Melissa is still looking to fill that position and put you guys in touch. There's no way she's going to fall for that shit. Sure, she's already bought his bull about lunch. The guy's probably got a bologna sandwich at his desk. But Nora's way too smart. She takes his phone and punches in her info. Who the fuck is this guy? And how the hell does she fall for everyone's bullshit except mine? This isn't good. I'm thinking I better have a word with Drake. And by word, I mean, ow, fuck. My shin throbs where Otto's empty car seat just nailed me. "Oops, sorry, Ax," Nora sings softly. Not sorry at all. She clipped me. On purpose. I rub a hand over my mouth. "You are you?" Her brow arches. Damn, she's feisty. I can feel my grin growing, the seconds stretching as I get caught up in the look of challenge in her eyes. Nope. Bad idea. Time to go, Nora. I don't need anyone else seeing that hot look but me.
Chapter 7. Nora. Axel was quiet after we left Wagner Arena, keeping Otto with him in his room for much of the afternoon and evening. I'd been planning to rake him over the coals a bit for telling his team I belonged to his infant. Heck, I'd been looking forward to it. But kicking someone when they're down isn't my thing, and there was no missing the way visiting the arena affected him. He's got to go back to work tomorrow, leaving his week-old son with me, the fun wrecker from next door. So I figured the least I could do was give him a break last night. Today, though, he's tense, closed off, and I'm hoping I can help, because he needs to get on a plane with his team in a few days, and it's going to be a heck of a lot easier if he feels like he's got some control over what's happening back at home. Which is why I've got him sitting at the island in the kitchen, Otto tucked into his bouncer in front of him, while I point to the new whiteboard, command stripped to the wall next to the fridge. Taking the cap off my dry erase marker, I write across the top in all caps, "Nanny wish list." Axel takes a slug of water and shakes his head.
Don't we have an app we can share lists on?
Not the same. I want this to be front and center every time you walk through here. For every time I walk through. We need to figure out what the priorities are so we have something the agency can use to help find the very best person to care for Otto when you're not here. He nods, eyes focused on his son.
I don't want someone older. I want as much consistency as I can make happen for this kid, so no one who might decide it's time to retire in a few years. Besides, Shelley's younger than I am. If she'd stayed, she would have been playing on the floor with him as he got bigger. I want someone who can do that.
Okay, so someone young and active. I start to write younger, and Axel cuts in.
But not too young. I mean, I want someone responsible and mature, reliable. Maybe not someone who's just killing time until they can have a kid of their own.
I change it to young but not too young, and add fit and active and career nanny, checking with Axel on each edition. He nods but looks so stressed. I can't help thinking back to the easygoing guy who didn't fluster from when we first met. Even after things turned sour and I had to knock on his door or I'd catch him in the hall, he'd been unflappable. Not anymore. We talk about finding someone with experience working with high-profile families, someone with a good driving record since they'll be responsible for transporting Otto when Axel is out of town, someone willing to move in and stay on duty for extended periods when Axel has to travel with the team. Oh, I didn't think to ask, but would you prefer a male or a female, or does it matter at all? He doesn't hesitate.
Not a guy.
I start to write it down, but stop when he adds quietly,
It's not because of any prejudice either, it's just,
he sighs.
I don't think I could handle it if he called someone else daddy before me.
There's so much vulnerability in his words, so different from what he's shown me these last months. And his willingness to let me see this side of him, I don't know, it's shifting the way I think about him. I get it. And while no one is going to replace you for this little boy, if it makes you uncomfortable, then we'll request a woman. He nods, then shakes his head, only to let it drop into his hands.
Jesus. Out of one side of my mouth, I'm saying I don't want Otto to feel abandoned. I want him to have all the security in the world. And out of the other side, I'm making petty choices because I'm afraid he's going to be too okay when I'm gone.
Turning so he can look up at me, he asks,
What the hell is wrong with me? I want him to be happy. That should be all that matters, right?
"He will be." I take a step closer, stopping myself before I reach out to touch him. But it's okay to have feelings, too. This week has been a lot.
No,
He says quickly, straightening to place a protective hand over Otto's tiny body.
it hasn't. It's good. I want this. All of it.
And this time, I can't stop myself and cover his hand with mine, needing him to hear me, to understand. Axel, admitting it's hard doesn't mean you don't want Otto. It's not a betrayal to him, and no one is going to show up and strip you of your dad card. He gives a short huff, a laugh that isn't really a laugh at all. Hey, I'm serious. The decisions you're facing now are like none other you've had to face before. I know this lack of confidence isn't something you're used to, and you're worried about making the wrong choices, but you're doing a good job. So ease up on yourself, okay? His eyes meet mine.
Why do you do that?
I blink. Do what?
Why do you keep trying to make me feel better? I get why you're here. It was the only option. But trying to build me up after the pain in your ass I've been... Why?
Because I know how overwhelming this kind of change can be. Not because I've found myself a single parent with no day's notice, but because I've found myself over my head with too much responsibility for a kid my age, and the person who should have been protecting me just asking me to take on more. I pull my hand back, and maybe you're not quite the jerk I thought you were. This time the chuckle is genuine, and after a beat he steps back from the counter and nudges me aside to make up a bottle. Maybe it's just that it's so late, or that we've both spent some time on the roller coaster this week. Or maybe it's that I've seen a side of Axel I haven't before. But hearing him like that is nice. Not get crushy over nice. No way. The guy might be beyond gorgeous, but he's still a player. But maybe nice, like not so terrible to have to work with nice. When the bottle's ready, he returns to the living room and sets it beside one of the club chairs. I open my mouth to offer something. What? I have no idea, because Axel reaches over his shoulder and grabs a handful of t-shirt, whipping it off in one fluid, muscles-bulging, shoulder-flexing, ab-defining move. I sort of wheeze out, dropping into the chair opposite his. I can feel my eye twitch, know that my mouth is hanging open.
The nurses told me the skin-to-skin contact is good for him,
he says absently, reaching for his son and carefully unwrapping him until it's just the two of them, shirtless. Otto tucked into the crook between his daddy's powerful chest and enormous arm. Axel using the utmost care to lay a thin blanket over him to hold the heat. And then he reaches for the bottle and starts to feed him.
Think you got a little drool
There, he murmurs in the voice that's as gentle as he can make it. The words filter through a haze of something so thick I don't even want to try to name it. I start to push out of my chair to grab him one of the burp cloths I washed earlier when Axel's eyes slant to me, a knowing smirk hooking across his stupidly handsome face, as he adds,
Nora.
I suck a breath and swipe at my dry mouth, thank you, glowering as he lets out a short snicker I totally deserve but will never hand him again. Grumbling, I sit back. Let me guess, the nurses were lining up to help you with your skin-to-skin baby daddy time? He gives me a non-committal grunt, but his smile says, yes, they were. Of course.
Axel. Leaving Otto for the first time on Friday is tough, uncomfortable. But Nora's holding him when I leave, and we set up the baby monitoring system so I can check in and see how he's doing whenever I need to. The hardest part is getting in the elevator. But by the time I'm downstairs, Boomer and Bowie are waiting out front. Immediately, they start in with their relentless shit about my vacation and whether I'll remember how to skate or not. It's obnoxious, and exactly what I need to get into the right headspace for practice. The Slayers are a solid team. I'm not as tight with all of them as I am with Grady, Boomer, and Bowie, but there's a definite family vibe, and when I walk into the locker room, I'm greeted with a roar of cheers and something that looks like a cake made out of diapers in the center where the laundry cart usually sits. Damn, boys, you shouldn't have. I laugh as I get a closer look at this thing. It's held together by Slayers branded ribbons, and on top, there's a teddy bear wearing a tiny Slayers jersey that says Otto and holding a stuffed hockey stick and puck. It's adorable, and I take a picture to send to Nora. It feels good to get back on the ice, to know what the fuck I'm doing for a few hours. I'm in my element for the first time in a week, with my team falling into the rhythm of the play. Mostly. I can't completely shut Otto and Nora out of my thoughts, and every time someone walks into the arena, I brace for them to pull me off the ice because something's happened. Visuv skates up and claps me on the back. "They're fine," he assures me in his still slightly broken English. Visuv is a total family man with a brood of kids of his own, so I want to believe him. "Guess you've been through it a few times." He nods, grinning wide. "It's hard to leave the babies when they are new, but this practice is good. Not just for the skate, but to keep head on ice." He grabs my helmet, bringing it in to bump his. "You got this." Not yet, but I will. I skate hard, work with the trainers, and have a meeting with the team therapist, which I never think is going to make a difference, but always does. Saturday's game is brutal. The first period, I get scored on because my timing was a fraction of a second off. All I can think about is Nora agreeing to have the game on so Otto could get used to the sounds. And this is what I give them? Not happening again. Second period, I'm back. No more fuck-ups. I'm all over the offense, working with Diesel to shut down any look they get. Third period, breakaway. I fly down the ice and fire. The lamp lights up and I rock back on my skates, pumping my fist once as the crowd goes nuts. It feels good, and it feels even better when 6 minutes later, we close out the game with a win. But once we're off the ice, there's another mental shift toward home. I don't fuck around in the shower or hang out with the guys, instead clearing out as soon as Coach is through with me. When I get back, Nora is parked in the deep chair by the window, her laptop open on the coffee table in front of her, and Otto sleeping in her arms. Peaceful. Perfect. "You didn't have to wait up," I say, dropping my bag and crossing to her to take Otto's limp little weight into my arms. "Well, one of us didn't. I kept the game on with the sound low, but loud enough that we could hear it." She hesitates, but then smiles as she gets up. "Nice job tonight." Ah, not sure she wanted to give up the praise. I'll call that another win. That first period was a little rough. I give Otto's cheek a kiss and hold him against my chest. "But it came together. You looked good." I'm surprised she watched. "Thought you weren't into hockey." She raises a single shoulder and heads for the kitchen. "Well, my date for the evening was, and while I hate to admit it, I may have watched a few games here and there since moving in." I shouldn't like hearing it as much as I do. She fills a couple glasses of water and hands one to me. I'm beat, but also jacked from the win, not quite ready for bed. Nora leans against the sink and drinks, her throat moving as she swallows. The whiteboard is directly past her, and I see that she's added a few more qualifications. Must love hockey, but not too much. I pat Otto's bum. How are we going to measure that? She looks to the board and wags her head, the motion sending a few soft waves down around her face. Her hair's so pretty, and when we're standing here like this in the quiet of the apartment, just the three of us, I have to remind myself not to reach out and touch it. Hell, I shouldn't even look at it. Thankfully oblivious to my mental overstep, she clarifies, "An agency is going to get it. You want Otto to watch the game, so you need someone who will enjoy them, but not some superfan you have to worry about being more into you than him." Definitely not an issue for Nora, who, incidentally, thinks of everything. "Sure you don't want to stay yourself?" I don't know why I said it, except that she's the only reason I'm going to be able to get on that plane tomorrow. I trust her. I like her, and I like the way she is with my son, and I'm nervous as hell about finding someone half as good a fit as she is. She doesn't look at me, instead focusing intently on the water glass in her hand. Shit. 2 weeks, Axel. A month, max. I can't stay longer. I know, I was just wishing things could be a little simpler. For a hot second, I think about saying no, telling her the truth that something simple would be amazing. But convenience wasn't the only thing behind that ask. Caught me. I head back into the living room. When's the new couch arriving again? Wednesday, she says, passing me to gather up her laptop and notebook. Told you you'd want one? Yeah, you did. Settling for the chair opposite hers, I sit back with a groan. Otto burrows against my shoulder, and I rub a light circle on his back. Sorry, bud. Pushing that bit of rebel hair from her face, Nora looks up from her stuff. Give me a second to put this in my room, and I'll take him so you can go to bed. Nah, we're good. I nod to the laptop. Applying for jobs or looking for an apartment? Little of both. I applied for 2 jobs and replied to a listing for a roommate. We'll see if anything comes back. It will. This woman can do anything. Soaking in the slight weight of Otto against my chest, I close my eyes. I was so ramped up, but now, damn. A few minutes later, Nora's close, whispering my name as she starts to slip her hands beneath Otto. I cover her hand with mine, only meaning to let her know I'm awake, that she doesn't need to take him. But that contact, Jesus. My eyes open and she stills, hovering over me, gaze meeting mine, holding. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I wasn't sleeping. She nods but doesn't move, and the part of me that's more than just grateful to her for what she's doing for me, the part that remembers what it was like to have her laughing for me, how it felt like there was some kind of magnetic draw between us, that part wants to pull her in too. Hold her with one arm and Otto with the other. I must be more tired than I thought. Letting her hand go, I give her a quick smile. Probably time for all of us to hit it. We lock up the apartment and turn off the lights. In the nursery, I do a diaper check and change Otto into his jammies and cap. Gently scooping him up, I give him a last kiss. Nora's watching him, and something about the look in her eyes has me grinning as I hold him toward her in offering. She lets out a soft huff of amusement, but nods and leans in to kiss his other cheek with a smile. We need to add hugs and kisses to the wish list. She nods, whispering, He'll have all the snuggles. If she were going to stay, he would.
Chapter 8. Nora. Axel looked gutted, leaving for the road trip this morning, but after a few quiet words to his boy and a squeeze to my shoulder that I'm pretty sure was more reassurance for him than me, he made it out the door. And for a beat, I stood there, holding Otto and staring at the space where Axel had been. It was nuts, but after all the time we've spent together this past week, knowing I wouldn't see him was weird. I hadn't expected to feel that way. Maybe I should have. We'd been working as a team for a week straight, and suddenly it was just me and Otto. Our day didn't really change. We did the same things we usually do. I read stories and sang, gave him a sponge bath and fed him. We cuddled and took naps on demand. But I guess I'd gotten used to little things like sharing meals together. Axel's color commentary on the state of Otto's diapers, how he'd started scoring himself on time and accuracy when changing Otto's outfits. Talking, even if it was mostly about when the last bottle had been given and if there was anything to add to our nanny wish list. Tonight I put the game on and have dinner while I watch and Otto listens. It's close and physical, but in the end, the Slayers win. When it's over, I find myself calculating what time Axel got home after the game the night before and wondering if we'll hear from him. I've about given up when my phone pings with a text. Axel.
You up?
Me. We are. A second later, a video call is coming through. I answer. Hey, good game tonight. Axel is walking through his hotel room, his hair gelled back, tie loose and collar open just a small, tantalizing bit. Objectively speaking.
Thanks. You guys watched?
I chatted with Otto about it over dinner. He offered some lip-smacking and a few grunts that I'm sure meant he was impressed. Axel sits back and, "Are you in bed?" That's totally his headboard. He raises a brow and looks around.
Yeah, but I'm video calling my baby, not looking to score some show me yours and I'll show you mine action. Besides, I have a roommate. Grady could walk in any time.
I can feel the heat creeping into my cheeks. Right, of course. He hums, eyes narrowing.
Nora, you're a babe, and once upon a time I was absolutely trying to score. But now
I belong to Otto, I tease. But for a heartbeat, I think about what it was like once upon a time.
Never going to let me live it down.
He scoffs with a chagrined smile. It's my turn to because really that's about all I've got after catching my mind slipping into forbidden territory. He barks a short laugh and shakes his head, then holds up a cold pack I hadn't noticed until now.
I need to ice my knee. You okay if I do it on the bed?
I nod and we both relax.
Thanks for playing the game for him.
You don't have to thank me. It's not exactly a hardship to watch the Slayers play while I work. I set the phone up so he can see Otto, but Axel shakes his head.
Put it so I can see both of you. I like to look at Otto, but it's weird not seeing you when you're the one I'm talking with.
I move the phone. Better?
Absolutely.
He shifts, adjusting the pillow behind him.
So I was thinking on the plane, and I know this might sound weird, but I want Otto to hear my voice when I'm gone. I want him to know that I'm there for him in my own way.
I nod, smiling at the things this man thinks of. Of course. Do you want me to set something up next to his bouncer? A recording, or...
I was thinking I'd bring one of his board books to read to him. And when he's able to look at a book, maybe you, or I guess whomever we hire, can hold a second copy of it for him. But for now, I was thinking maybe we could just talk.
Talk? I see the wince and immediately wish I hadn't choked on that single word.
Yeah, you and me, on video, like this. Maybe make it feel a little more like I'm around.
I don't know what my hesitation is about. It's not like we haven't been talking this whole last week. We have. So what's with the little warning clanging in my chest? It's ridiculous. This gig is another 3 weeks, max. What could be the harm? Okay, sure. What do you want to talk about? It started simply enough. Sunday night, we talked about logistics and updates, travel times, appointments, what Otto was wearing. Monday started the same way with questions about how long Otto slept during the night and whether he'd woken me or if I'd had to wake him for a bottle. But Axel had a bruise on his jaw, and after trying to ignore it for 10 minutes, I finally broke, asking if it hurt. It wasn't too bad, he said, but then followed up with some reference to another injury, and suddenly it was 90 minutes later, and somehow the conversation had segued through a dozen different topics, and I was wiping tears of mirth from my eyes, demanding to know how he'd gotten his overalls caught in a box spring when he was 7, and why being stuck under a bed made him think he was paralyzed. It was like it had been in the beginning with us. Too easy to talk about too many things. Too easy to look forward to. Now it's early afternoon, Wednesday, and Otto's currently holding on to my pinky finger from his bouncer while I sing my sister Caroline's favorite song. His eyes are open and alert, curious, sweet. It's really too bad I'm going to have to maim his father. My phone sounds with an incoming video call, and I answer with a wide grin and a saccharine voice. I've been waiting for you to call. Axel's nothing if not observant, and his smile falters, eyes turning wary.
Yeah, what for? I'm not even in the same time zone. What could I have done?
Right, like he doesn't know. Really? That's how you want to play it? Except for some reason I can't seem to get mad about it.
Okay, I can see Otto, so I know everything's okay with him.
Otto is perfect. I lean over and give him a kiss, making him blink and purse his lips. Always. A deep laugh sounds through the phone.
Did you see his face when you did that? He loves it.
He's a little flirt. I give his cheek a soft stroke and look back at the screen. But you're in trouble. Axel's in another hotel room, sitting on another bed in a Slayer's t-shirt that fits him so well it looks like someone sewed it on him. He raises a brow, then leans forward.
Wait, move the phone around. Is it the couch? Did it finally come?
You know, it did, actually. I pluck Otto out of his bouncer and hold him to my chest before grabbing the phone.
What's wrong with it? I swear, they said it was the same as the last one.
I walk through the space where the couch should have been. And you asked them to deliver it, right?
Yes, we confirmed the window for delivery.
I shake my head and after checking the peephole, open the front door. Axel makes a choking noise and pushes to his feet.
No.
No? I reverse the camera so he can see the hall and the enormous paper-wrapped couch, blocking nearly the whole thing. It's parked in front of the door that used to be Diane's and now belongs to a neighbor who is not amused.
I swear, Nora, it was an accident.
My eyes narrow on the camera, my head tilting. I wait. He runs a hand over his mouth, trying to cover the grin, fighting to get free there. Then, finally,
I swear it was an accident. This time.
Chapter 9. Axel. Nora forgave me. When I saw the couch in the hall yesterday, I thought that was it. But by some miracle, instead of flipping me off and dropping Otto with my brother because she was done, she laughed. Really laughed, letting her head fall back and her eyes close, as that sound I like way too much spilled across the miles, filling me with a sense of rightness I could get hooked on. Now it's Thursday afternoon, and I've got Anders and some of the guys from the team over. Like they were told, they brought gifts. Unfortunately, that's where the obedience ended. I was pretty fucking clear about Nora being off limits, but so far, the only single guy who hasn't chatted her up is Diesel, who's leaning against the wall in the living room about as far from Otto as he can get and still be in the apartment. For fuck's sake, Boomer, stop calling her fun wrecker. He groans, echoing my thoughts. I don't like it, though she doesn't seem to mind. In fact, Nora seems to take perverse delight every time one of my teammates accidentally lets it slip. Probably because she knows how uncomfortable it makes me, and everything that makes me uncomfortable makes her grin. There's gotta be something wrong with me that I like that. But damn it, I do. Which is the only reason I haven't followed through on the beatdown I promised if he didn't knock his shit off. My bad, Boomer says, looking about as contrite as I used to when I'd have my stuff delivered to Nora's place. Except the couch and baby stuff. Those were legit mistakes. Nora cuts me one of those looks that tells me she knows exactly what I'm thinking. And yeah, there's that smile. The one that seems to be equal parts threat and amusement. And I like it, probably more than I should. Definitely more than I should. But Christ, she's cool. It's not exactly a news flash. I knew it that first week she moved into the building. Couldn't quite let it go in the months since. But having her talking to me again, really talking to me, drives it home. I like her. I look forward to talking to her. And even though I'm fully aware there's no room for romance in either of our lives, I feel like we're becoming friends. Whoa, D-Man, you've got to try this, Boomer says to Bowie. He's stretching out on the new, untainted couch with Otto laid over his chest. This is the shit. He's not wrong. There's nothing more soothing than having Otto sacked out on my chest. His warm, slight weight, the steady rise and fall of his chest, the way he sometimes tries to burrow in against me. Bowie's trying to talk him into a turn, but Boomer's already changed his mind and doesn't want to give him up. Meanwhile, Waylon is working Nora over by the game console. His flirty bullshit doesn't normally bug me. He's a good guy. But today, that steady flow of chatter and too quick smile has me on edge. He says something that has her laughing, her head tipped back as that musical sound spills free. Damn, I like that sound. And based on the way half the guys have stopped talking, turning toward her with dopey smiles that probably match mine, I'm not the only one. Which I don't like. My eyes narrow. That's it. Everybody beat it. I'm out of my chair, walking over to Boomer to scoop my son off his chest. Thanks for stopping over. See you later. I can feel Nora's eyes on me, but as strong as the pull to turn around is, I resist. Dude, they've barely been here an hour, Anders says, chuckling as I shoo one player after another out the door. Yep, they got to see Otto and Nora. Hang out a while, now it's time to go. Anders' brows raise, his focus shifting to Nora and back to me. I don't give him the chance to say anything. You too. Out. While the guys from the team don't put up a fight, grunting and offering head nods as they exit, Anders isn't exactly known for respecting authority. His arms cross over his chest, a belligerent look filling his eyes. I'll go in a minute. My molars grind. You'll go now. His head cocks. Make me. Jesus. Obviously, I could, but for as physical as hockey can get, I don't fight off ice. And because I'm both older and have always been bigger than Anders, I don't lay hands on him, even when he's asking for it. Which is all well and good, except the little shit knows he's safe and isn't going anywhere. When the last of the guys are out, I turn back to him. What? He winks. Hey, Nora, you looked wiped. How about Axe and I handle Otto a while and you take a break? My jaw drops. He does not get to tell Nora to take a break, no matter how good an idea it is. I'm the one who tells her to take a break, or the whole night off. Me. He smirks, leaning in to give me a light sock on the shoulder, followed by a pat to Otto's back. Yeah, take a couple hours, or the whole evening. Axel's good. Nora snickers from where she's putting the water bottles the guys left in the kitchen into the recycling. Hey, you don't need to do that. I follow her in and take a bottle out of her hand. She holds up the recycling bin and I drop it in for her. Wow, Axe, dude, you're such a gentleman, helping her with that bottle she was already holding. I shoot my brother a shitty look, but yeah, I'm an ass. I clear my throat. Nora, Anders is right. You want to get out of here for a break. She plants her hands on her hips, thinking about it with her mouth twisted to one side of her face. Cute. You know, I've got that interview coming up. Maybe I will run out and see about picking up something to wear. Anders asks about the position, making all the appropriate noises a normal person would. But he's not a normal person, and I know exactly what he's doing. Working her. I'm trying to figure out if it would be weird to offer to pay for her new clothes when he reaches out and... Motherfucker! Slides an arm around Nora's shoulders, pulling her in close to his side for one of his entry-level hugs. Fucking Anders. I know his game, and based on the smirk he shoots me, he knows I know it too. Enough of that. Hands off the nanny, bro. Laughing again, like she thinks we're joking around, Nora holds up her hands. Okay, I'm going to scoot out for a couple of hours. Call if you need me. I nod, then feel my heart do something I'm not used to when she steps in close, resting her hand on my arm as she drops a light kiss on Otto's cheek. It takes everything I have not to wrap my free arm around her and pull her in for a hug of my own. But again, I stop myself. Have fun and shoot me a text with what sounds good for dinner. Anders steps to my side and lifts Otto's arm to wave at her. Then, making his voice higher than I could ever get mine, he sings, Bye-bye, beautiful Nora. I love you. Just count to 10. A few silent and strained minutes later, she's out of the apartment, and I turn on my brother, who looks like tempting my wrath is his favorite pastime. Stop using my baby to flirt with Nora. She's off limits. Is that what I was doing? He takes Otto out of my arms and takes a sniff of his head. Where's the new baby smell chicks are always talking about? He smells like sour milk. I blink. The hell? I break off, shaking my head while I rein in my temper. Fine, let's give him a bath and change his outfit. Sure, whatever. I get Otto's bath time set up in place and start stripping him down. I've got a towel to cover him and a dish with warm water and a bit of extra gentle organic baby bath. Dipping the washcloth in, I run it under his neck in pits, across his tiny little ribs, watching his expression shift and sharpen as I methodically clean him up. When he's clean and fresh, his wispy blonde hair sticking up in a single spike because I can't resist doing it, Anders nods to the whiteboard behind me. You know you can't hook up with her. My jaw tightens, and I tamp down the impulse to hand Uncle Anders his nephew, Sans' diaper. Free the wee fire hose. Knowing my brother, he'd wait for Nora to get back and then start stripping his pea-soaked shirt off in front of her. Ask for some help getting cleaned up. I hate him. I'm not hooking up with her. Not yet, obviously. Obviously? I want to ask him what the hell that means, but he's already going on. And don't bother denying you want to either. The only time your eyes aren't on your kid, they're on her. Shit, every time I talk to you, you tell me some new, fascinating tidbit about her. You're completely obvious. No, I like her, but there's a line. He snorts. Axe, you can't have her. It's the whole power dynamic thing. You're the boss. It's not an equal playing field. Ha! I'm going to stop you right there. Let's put aside the fact that I'm not trying to hook up with her. But, so we're clear on this power dynamic thing, you're right. Sort of. It's not equal. But if you think anyone is in the power position besides Nora, you're nuts. That woman holds all the cards. Oh, sure. So it's your salary she's controlling? No, but I'm not controlling hers either. I've already paid her for the month. She could decide not to come back tonight, abandon us, and it wouldn't cost her more than the 12 things she owns. Anders gapes. Jesus, it's worse than I thought. Are you in love with this chick? What the hell's the matter with you? What if she did exactly that? What if she bails? Holding up my hand, I stop him. I'd be screwed. But this is Nora we're talking about? Rule-following Nora? Fun-wrecking know-it-all Nora? Yeah. Dude, do you hear yourself? He chokes. You practically sighed. Did not. Did too, dick. Whatever. The point is, Nora's the one with nothing to lose. But it doesn't matter because, as good as she is with Otto, and as much as I like her, in 2 weeks' time, she's done here. This is not the life she's after. Even if I wish it was.
Chapter 10. Nora. Stepping out into the brisk November air, I glance over my shoulder at the glass and steel monolith I will most definitely not be working in. The bus stop is at the corner, and when I get there, I check my phone. Axel.
How did it go?
Me. Bust. Still crossing my fingers for the interview tomorrow, but not holding my breath. Axel.
Tell me about it when you get home.
Me. Deal. See you soon. I spend the ride expanding my job search criteria and turning down a rooming offer because it's looking more and more like I'm going to have to reevaluate my budget for housing. By the time I get back to the apartment, I'm wound tight, anxious about my options, or lack thereof, and all I want is the soothing comfort of holding Otto for a few minutes and Axel making me laugh. Axel's waiting for me when I walk in. He's holding a pint of some fancy organic ice cream I'm pretty sure wasn't in the freezer before I left. And he's got the monitor hooked on the waistband of his joggers, making them hang low on one side. Wow, I don't even know where to look.
Otto had a bottle and change, so there's a good chance you're going to get to eat this before he rouses from his nap.
Did you really get me pity party ice cream? I ask, forcing my eyes to the more appropriate temptation as I shrug out of my coat.
Astrid says it's really more of an any occasion ice cream.
He heads into the living room, waving with the spoon for me to follow.
Told me I couldn't go wrong with it and to stock a second pint in the back of the freezer behind something gross, so there's a chance it will last you until Thanksgiving.
And there it is, the good humor I was so hoping he'd deliver. That's like 3 days away. This is some hype. Dropping into the corner of the couch, I gratefully accept the ice cream. He's even pried the lid off for me. Thoughtful. The first bite is pure decadence, and it must be written all over my face, too, because Axel smiles and turns to the fireplace, flipping the switch to ignite it.
The job thing is going to work out.
Joining me on the couch, he takes the spoon from my hand and digs out a creamy bite from the pint.
Have some more. It's medicinal.
When I don't open, he pokes my mouth, making me giggle. I accept the bite, closing my lips around the spoon and drawing the creamy sweetness onto my tongue. It's so good, I hum with pleasure.
Jesus, that good, huh?
Axel's voice is choked, his eyes on the pint of ice cream between us. It really is. I swallow and take the spoon from him, scooping out another bite. Haven't you even tried it?
I don't eat a lot of sweets.
One bite. I hold the spoon out. I won't tell the team nutritionist. He huffs a laugh, grabbing my hand in his and steering it toward his mouth. And then he's the one moaning around the spoon, making all the ecstasy faces and nodding like he finally gets it. He's over the top, and I know it's for my benefit. He's going out of his way to cheer me up, because it turns out he's a pretty decent guy. And this pretty decent guy seems to notice he's still holding my hand at the same time I do. Clearing his throat, he lets go and checks the monitor where Otto is still sleeping soundly.
So, what happened? Didn't like the company? The job?
I sigh, scooting deeper into the couch. Didn't get an opportunity to find out much. The woman interviewing me apologized before I even sat down. They didn't realize I only had a high school diploma when they asked me to come in, even though I'd already been doing most of what the job listed for Diane, managing the website, creating and coordinating promotion, processing orders and tracking inventory and all the rest. I still wasn't qualified, so that was that. His brows pull together, his mouth forming a dark frown.
They didn't even talk to you? See if there was something else that might be a better fit?
He looks pissed on my behalf.
If they'd talked to you for 5 minutes, they never would have let you leave.
Thanks, Axel. I appreciate your faith. I mean it. I'll find something. Maybe not what I'd hoped, but something. I take another bite of the ice cream and hand it back to Axel, who curbs the moans this time. Then, contemplating the carton, he says,
Why not stay with us? With Otto?
It's the one question I hoped he wouldn't ask, the one I keep pushing from my own mind. I can't.
But you're amazing with him. Is it the pay or hours? Shit, of course it's the hours. You never get a break. What's wrong with me? I can get you some help.
Axel, stop. I take a breath and set the ice cream on the coffee table. It's not the pay or the hours, and I get plenty of breaks. It's none of that.
Then what?
I'm not sure he could ever understand, but I try to explain anyway. I need to feel like I'm able to support myself, like I can create my own security, a safety net. I love kids, but after 20 years of being my mother's live-in nanny, I hate feeling like I have no other options, like I don't get to choose.
That's how you feel?
I have one thing I know how to do, one marketable skill set. And it's scary because even that experience is unconventional. Say all I wanted was a career in childcare. Without some kind of degree, my options will be limited there too. But what happens if I need a different kind of job at some point? I have nothing to fall back on.
You have experience. Diane,
5 months working for my second cousin in a job I'm not qualified to get again. Honestly, I'm not even sure if that's the dream job or not. If it was the job I loved, or if it was feeling like I was free. It felt so good to see what I was capable of. To think that maybe it was just the beginning and that I had options. Potential.
You want to try new things and figure out what fits you.
I nod, pushing back the unexpected rise of emotion. It could be childcare, or being a teacher, or an administrative assistant, or running a food truck, but probably not that. Axel laughs.
Don't stop there. Running your own business, working in cybersecurity or biotech.
Astronaut? Axel nods and reaches for the ice cream. He hands it back to me.
Okay, I get it. You don't want to feel like you don't have any options, like you can't help yourself. And staying on with us won't help you build the safety net you need.
I'm sorry. He shakes his head.
Don't be. I care about you, Nora. Yeah, I'd like it if Otto and I got to keep you, but I understand why that's not the right decision for you. Still, maybe you ought to give me another bite of the pity party ice cream.
Axel. A couple hours later, I'm in bed with Otto sprawled out against my bare chest for some naked nappy time. I can't stop thinking about what Nora said. I get it. She needs to invest in her own life. She wants the kind of experience that's transferable and she can build on. A degree would help her get there. I know she's interested in school, and if she were going to stay with us, I could help her make that happen around caring for Otto. But if she's not planning to stay, then what? We get 2 years with her? 2 years for Otto to form the most foundational attachments to her, and then she leaves to pursue the past that would fulfill her life and devastate his? I can't do it to him. Yes, realistically, he's going to see turnover in his care over the years. No matter how much I try to protect him from it, odds are it's going to happen. But I can't intentionally set him up for that kind of heartbreak. He's got to come first. Resting a hand over his tiny back, I hold him to me for another minute before reaching for my phone. Finding the email from the agency, I reply, asking them to start setting up interviews. And then I start scrolling back through 2.5 weeks of text. Chapter 11. Axel. Road trips over Thanksgiving aren't something I've ever given much thought to. It's part of the job, and while I haven't been able to spend the holiday with my family in years, I've spent it with my team, happily. This year it's different. This year, I couldn't stop thinking about all the holidays ahead for Otto, and Nora spending this one alone with him. I had a catered meal delivered for her, and even asked Anders to drop by and hang out for an hour or two, which practically killed me. And yeah, the asshole totally made sure to wave at the living room camera we had installed so I can see what's happening through my phone. He gave me a thumbs up before pulling her in for a full frontal hug. Not entry level. 2 arms, and if I'm not mistaken, the fucker smelled her hair. Not cool. What was cool? Nora's eye roll accompanied by a shoulder pat/push away that all but screamed, whatever. This girl is not falling victim to my brother's player moves. But yeah, I wished I was there. We video chat at least once a day, and we started texting more too. Sometimes it's a phone call. Not just about Otto, though the picture she sent of him this morning was fucking adorable. But about jobs she's applying for and which cities are my favorite to play in. What's going on with her siblings back home and how excited the little ones are to see her at Christmas. How she learned that eggplant isn't her thing and how I learned escargot isn't mine. We're friends. Only, friends doesn't seem quite enough. I have tons of friends, but I don't have this kind of connection with any of them. Maybe it's because of the emotion and intensity of the last few weeks, Otto bonding us in ways we wouldn't have otherwise bonded. I don't know, but I don't feel the same urgency to talk to anyone else the way I do Nora. To find out what's happening in her day and hear her laugh when I share whatever stupid shit the guys are getting up to in the locker room. To count down the time until it's just the 3 of us back in the apartment, and I'm ordering some dinner in, or she's teasing me about my ego, a beast only fatherhood could tame. I hate that it took 5 months for us to reconnect, but the truth is, it might have been for the best. Hell, 5 months ago, I wouldn't have stopped until I had her in my bed, a scenario I work really hard not to visualize in torturous, explicit detail too often. And how long would that have lasted? Considering my less than stellar record with romance, I'm guessing not very. Chances are I would have lost her, and even if we'd somehow ended up in this same place with her saving me and Otto, there'd always be a past between us getting in the way. So it's a good thing we don't have that. Especially because being the kind of connected, bonded, extra good friends we are now totally justifies the way I'm thinking about her almost as much as I am Otto. That I'm dying to unload from this plane so I can get home while both of them are still there. It takes me longer than I'd like, but I'm finally letting myself into the apartment when... Oomph! Whoa! Nora? My arm instinctively wraps around the warm, soft woman who's launched herself at me and is currently pressing a kiss to my jaw and squeezing my neck, her thick curls teasing my nose. Apples. Thank you, and also, Otto was sleeping, but mostly, thank you. I drop my suit coat and gear as I bring my other arm around her, securing my hold on her, and this moment a little longer. Walking us into the kitchen, I grin. You're welcome, for whatever I did. And I mean it. Jesus, this feels good. Totally a hug that friends of our caliber are entitled to. I just got off the phone with Sam Farrow, she says, beaming at me, and I don't think I've ever seen anything prettier than that wide smile. Ah, Sam called you. I was hoping you would. He owns a successful residential contracting operation in the city, and with the way his business is growing, I thought he might have room for someone with Nora's drive. He asked me to come in on Monday for an interview. His office manager needs a hip replacement, and she's going to be out 3 months. So, he's looking for someone to help and train for a few weeks before, and then to stay to help her get caught up after. He knows I don't have much traditional experience, but said you told him about what I did for Diane. She shakes her head and lets out a laugh. So free and pure, I feel it straight through the center of my chest. Thank you, Axel. Just told him the truth. I told him I thought she could rule the world if someone gave her a chance, that I'd do just about anything to keep her myself, if that's what she wanted. You're amazing, and he'd be lucky to have you on his team. Those honey brown eyes meet mine again, and this time there's something in them I haven't seen in months, since that last day when my puck bunny past came back to haunt me and Dinah showed up. My heart thuds hard, and suddenly I'm aware of my hold on Nora in a way I haven't let myself be aware of her in a long time. The feel of her hands at my shoulders, the way her chest rises and falls in time with mine. The slow burn of her gaze drifting to my mouth as I loosen my hold, allowing her body to slide down mine until she's standing in the circle of my arms. I should let her go, but her hands are still resting flat against my shirt. Her body pressed too close to ignore as this thing between us starts to pulse and pull. There are reasons this is a bad idea, but in this minute, I can't think of a single one. In this minute, it feels like there's something drawing us in, closer, closer, until a breath is the only barrier between my mouth and hers. Every muscle in my body is tensed, straining with the effort of holding myself back from finally, knowing the sweet give of her lips, the taste of her. I want it. I want her. But if she doesn't want this too... Her hands slip higher, one easing over my shoulder and the other around to the back of my neck in a move that's tentative and sweet, and definitely not a no. I stop fighting. I give in to the need for that single taste, my mouth covering hers in a soft press. It's the barest rub, a lingering contact I feel through every fucking inch of my body. I draw back, my heart pounding like I've just come off the ice instead of engaging in one of the tamest, most potent kisses of my life. Our eyes meet and, Christ, it's right there. Everything she never lets me see. Everything I want. We collide, our mouths coming together in a hard crush. Nothing tentative, nothing gentle. It's like a flash flame, burning past reason before it even has a chance to take voice. Her hands are fisting in my shirt, my hair, her body pressing into mine and bowing back as I devour her mouth. We can't get close enough, can't stop to breathe, can't stop touching and tugging until somehow I've maneuvered her against the wall. Axel, she gasps as I leverage the position, pulling her knee up my side and rocking into her. I don't know what's better, the heated friction between us or the needy way she says my name. It does something to me. Makes me want to give her anything, everything she needs. Makes me want to. A tiny squawk stops us cold. My mouth is frozen over the silky length of her neck, one hand gripping the generous curve of her ass, the other cupping her breast. Her fingers are knotted in my hair, her body arched into mine. Our eyes meet. Another little grunt sounds through the monitor, detonating the bubble we've been in. We jerk apart, straightening hair and clothes. Fuck! What was I thinking?
Nora. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Staring at the body-shaped smudge on our whiteboard wish list, I want to slap myself. Way to blur the lines in a relationship that should have been totally straightforward. And nothing like having a physical reminder that your actions have the potential to ruin carefully laid plans. It was just a kiss, I breathe out as Axel cruises back in, announcing,
Holy shit, that was some kiss.
For an instant, the self-recrimination halts, and all I can do is stare in disbelief. Otto's tucked against his chest, rooting around against his shirt and making angry little noises that spur me to action, fixing a bottle for him. Sure, now I'm thinking about Otto. Axel slides into the counter space beside me.
But I'm sensing we're in agreement that it was a mistake.
I feel like mistake isn't strong enough a word. God, what's wrong with me?
Don't beat yourself up. My pheromones are workhorses. We were caught up in a moment, and things got away from us, but only for a minute.
He catches my chin with the crook of his finger and tips my head so my eyes meet his. So I can see that even though he's making light of the whole thing, he's serious too.
We're friends. This is no big deal.
I swallow. Right. Neither one of us is in a place for something like whatever that would have been. Axel nods, then adds solemnly,
It would have been epic. I'm that good.
I cough, shaking my head as he takes the bottle with a parting wink and walks Otto into the living room. Turns out Axel is not really a retreat and let's settle kind of guy, at least when it comes to errant kisses. I'd thought maybe after what happened we'd take a step back from each other, but no. And not only is Axel determined to keep our burgeoning friendship on the same track it was before, but he's not about to let me sweep this kiss under the bed like some awkward secret between us either. Nope, the man is relentless about desensitizing the subject. Which is why, when I walk into the living room the next morning to find him already up with Otto, he casts me a quick glance and deadpans,
No, I am not going to kiss you again. Stop begging me with your eyes.
Said eyes give him a hard roll, but inside, I'm grateful. Whatever this thing is with Axel, it means something to me. I don't have many friends, and I've never had one like him. I don't want things between us to change. And apparently, neither does he.
Chapter 12. Axel. I've never been much for faking shit. In school, I didn't fake sick like some of the kids because being sick meant missing practice or a game. And I wasn't one of those douchebags who faked more interest in women than they genuinely felt to try and get them into the sack. Didn't need to, and was too busy trying to make sure they didn't get the wrong idea anyway. But as of this week, I've become the fakingest faker of all fucking time. Faking that I'm fine with what happened between us. Faking that I think it's a laughing matter. Faking that I'm not thinking about it every damn night and too damn often during the day. But there it is. That kiss fucked me up. It made me want more of something I can't have. And somehow it managed to make me even more protective of my relationship with Nora. The non-kissing part. Like, I realized how precarious our whole situation is. How close I came to maybe losing her. Us. Because for a minute, I forgot I'm not in a place where kissing sexy, beautiful women is on the table. I can't let it happen again if I want to hold on to her after she moves out and moves on to a job that fulfills her the way she needs. And I do. So I'm all about faking it till I make it. The front door opens and Nora comes in, unwrapping her scarf and hanging it on the coat tree by the door before doing the same with her jacket. Was that your candidate from the agency I passed getting into the elevator? Her cheeks are rosy and her curls look just a little wild, like the wind had some fun running its fingers through them. Am I jealous of the wind? Yes. Yes, I am. But I'm faking that I'm not. Ex-candidate. Didn't get a good vibe off her. She'd seemed stiff, overly polite, and when I'd made a joke, she'd looked disturbed. Deeply. Not a woman I'd be comfortable leaving Otto with for extended periods, and definitely not someone I'd be able to talk to through the video calls the way I do with Nora. The agency has 2 more candidates to send over, but not until I'm back next Tuesday. She bites her lip, a little divot between her brows. Hey, don't worry. I'll find someone before you need to leave. Otto will be okay. I've even gotten offers from a couple people from the Slayers, if it comes down to it. It wouldn't be ideal, but after 4 candidates who don't measure up, I'm starting to wonder if maybe the only person who will is the one in front of me. She looks uncomfortable, but comes over to sit on the floor at the opposite side of Otto's playmat. What's on your mind? I barely managed to cut myself off before adding beautiful at the end.
Diane called today.
Yeah? How's she? Hopefully, riddled with guilt over the way she left Nora high and dry. Still in love?
Madly, she says wistfully. She's loving life in France and even has a plan to open a new business there.
Ha! Good luck to whomever she hires to help her. Nora smiles, watching me, waiting. It clicks, knocking the air out of me in a gust of words I don't want to be true. She wants you to help her? Her smile spreads and then falters, like maybe she isn't sure whether to let herself get excited. But finally she gives into it. And again, damn, I find myself struggling for air.
She does, only not until March. I wouldn't live in their place this time either, but she has a friend whose roommate is moving out at the end of February, so it's kind of perfect.
I sit straighter, giving my pinky finger to Otto, faking the fucking smile on my face. Wow, how's that work with Sam?
The timing's off. I'd be leaving before Maria's due back. He said he could work something out, but I don't feel like it would be fair to him, and I know he's got other candidates hoping for a chance at the position.
I'm still trying to get my head around the idea of Nora not just working somewhere else in the city, but actually leaving the country, when she takes a big breath. What?
Well, thanks to my current employer's generosity, I have enough money to get me through until March. So from an experience resume standpoint, whatever job I have until I leave won't matter the same way it would if I was staying.
She leans forward.
I don't need a job, and I'll have enough money, okay?
But I need. Fuck. I'm happy for her. I am. That's good, Nora. You shouldn't have to worry so much. She nods, something in her posture softening.
Thank you. But I just wanted you to know that I'm okay before I brought this up. I know you want to find a more permanent solution for Otto sooner rather than later, but with this new development, me moving in March, it opens things up for me for the next 3 months.
My head snaps up, eyes meeting hers. She lifts a single shoulder.
And so, if you wanted me to, I could...
Yes! I don't give her the chance to finish before I rock back, pumping my fist in the air. 1,000 fucking times, yes!
Axel, if you need a minute to think about it...
Is she kidding me? I don't. I crawl over Otto and look my son in the eyes. She's saving us again, bud. Yes, we get to keep Nora for 3 more months. And then, because I know she's going to worry, I clarify it for her. I wasn't happy with any of the people the agency sent over. They have a great reputation, and I know they're going to have someone perfect for us. You staying means I can be patient and picky, and wait for that person to show up. Okay? She nods, giving me another gorgeous smile.
Okay, so this works for both of us.
It does. 3 more months. I get to keep her for 3 more months. No more faking. I'm not going to fuck up. I'm putting that kiss behind me.
Nora. It's been 2 weeks, and the relief I feel about staying on with Axel and Otto is immense. I'm not interested in becoming a career nanny, but I'm attached to these guys, and being able to stay feels right. Correction, being able to stay for now feels right. It's only 3 months, time enough for Axel to find a replacement he's comfortable with, and not too long for me to wait for the next phase of my life to begin. In Paris. Geez, just thinking it stirs a nervous flutter in my belly. I used to imagine myself living there when I was little, wearing a beret and bicycling past the Eiffel Tower with one of those long loaves of French bread in the basket. A little girl's fantasy. Maybe I'll be able to take a selfie like that for Caroline. I set aside the onesie I'm folding on my bed and paused the Learn to Speak French app Axel got me. Otto's on his back beside me, and I give his legs a gentle squeeze before bicycling them slowly. Almost time to talk to Daddy. Are you excited? His arms do a baby flail I take as yes, so I scoop him up and carry him to the living room for our video call. I'm excited too. More than I should be, probably, but there isn't much better than catching up with Axel Eriksson. The man makes me laugh. He makes me feel like what I'm saying matters. He makes me feel good. According to Caroline, that's my problem. She nearly lost her mind when I told her I was staying on. I had enough self-preservation not to admit to the kiss. But even without knowing about that little slip, she warned me I was getting too close. I assured her I wasn't. It's what I'm hardwired to do. Reassure the little girl who's been looking to me for comfort and security since I was 6 years old. Even if it's stretching the truth, and in this case it may well be, because I haven't entirely gotten over that kiss. I think about it more than I should, remembering the rush of being in Axel's arms, the way he groaned my name, how he pressed me against the wall. Well, the whiteboard. Cripes, the whiteboard. Every time I see that carefully reconstructed list, the letters neater than they were the first time, I think about what it might have been like if we hadn't stopped. Of course, I think about the physical part. Axel is a really good kisser. But it's more than just that. The part that gets to me, hurting a little more than it feels good when it sneaks into my head late at night, is imagining what comes after the passion and heat, wondering if he would have pulled me against his chest and held me there until morning, if he would have told me he didn't want to let me go, and I could have told him I didn't want him to. That's the part I don't like to think about, the part where I feel like I'm betraying myself on the deepest level, because Paris. I'm not supposed to be fantasizing about a man who sees me as his son's nanny before he sees me any other way, asking me to change my plans. I want options, experience. I want to grow. I want Paris. Fortunately, Axel isn't any more interested in a relationship than I am, so I don't need to worry about any of that stuff happening. The tablet trills with an incoming video call, and my belly lights up with a different kind of flutter. I answer, expecting to see a familiar wide grin, but let out a short shriek when I'm greeted instead with a close-up of Axel's bare chest and abs. He's got a towel wrapped around his hips, cinched so low. I shake my head and swallow. Take a breath. We've been here before, just not quite this up close and personal. I can actually see the spot where the terry tucks into itself is starting to give. My heart stutters to a stop as... Shit. He grabs the towel at the last second, catching it. And I need to get a hold of myself before I make this weird. I pull it together. Oh, cripes, Axel, warn a girl, will you? I grin, covering my eyes with my hand, but holding my fingers open so I can still see Axel as he steps back from the camera and walks through his Vegas hotel room.
Sorry, our event ran long and I wanted to grab a shower but didn't want to be late calling.
You didn't need to rush. You could have gotten dressed.
And miss this?
He waves a hand around his face, dropping his jaw and bugging his eyes before pointing to the screen with a smug smile. I gasp, torn between outrage and horror, and the laughter that's never far away when I'm talking to this man. Laughter wins out, and I sit back with an exaggerated sigh. You're the worst.
You're the one peeling my towel off with your eyes.
Then, before I can even argue, he switches gears.
How are the French lessons coming?
And the conversation continues.
What the hell?
I look up from where I'm knitting a pair of baby booties for Otto's Christmas present in the living room and glance over my shoulder to the hall Axel's choked voice is emanating from. Everything okay? A second later, he rounds the corner, one arm outstretched as he points in the direction he just came from.
I was changing the bulb in the fixture over your bed, and when I turned around, Jesus, is that the dead houseplant on top of your dresser?
I cough, surprised that Axel remembers the dead houseplant I was trying to mourn the day Otto was born, the one I brought with me when I moved in, and haven't really considered how strange it might seem to someone else that I kept it. Stella? Yes. His head drops forward as he shakes it, chuckling in that low, gruff way of his. When he looks up, there's amusement in his eyes. He walks over and sits at the other end of the couch.
Okay, what's the deal with Stella?
It's going to sound weird, I know it, but she sort of represents my life goals. Axel stills, his smile going flat. And considering Stella is dead, maybe that isn't the best opening, but oh well. You know about my family, that there are 12 of us, and that I helped raise most of my siblings. I don't really like to talk about what my life was like growing up. Even when I was in high school, I kept it close to the vest. And back this summer when Axel and I first met, I can't imagine having shared it with him. I wanted to be normal, just another girl. But now, after everything we've been through and the way Axel has laid himself bare, letting me see him at his most vulnerable, I trust him.
Yeah, I know.
He reaches for my foot, giving it a gentle squeeze. Taking care of that many other people is hard, no matter how much you love them. And I do. I can't help but smile at the memory of little hands clinging to my shirt, my legs, big eyes peering up at me with such trust and love.
It couldn't leave much time for you to be a kid, though,
He says, no longer teasing. Or a teen, or an adult. From as far back as I can remember, I was my mom's little helper, changing diapers and comforting crying babies, finding games to keep the younger kids occupied, working with the ladies who would come over from the church once a week because we were the family who needed that kind of help. It was a lot, and there were times when I felt trapped, like I'd never have a life of my own. But my mom needed my help, and I loved my family, so it was okay that I didn't have time for friends or boyfriends, that I didn't even have enough left to keep a plant alive. I figured someday I would.
Jesus, Nora.
His mouth is pulled down into a hard frown.
There are times when it feels like the two of us together can't manage one crying Otto. I can't even imagine what it must have been like for you.
Like a constant cycle of giving everything I had and it never being enough. There never being a break.
But what about your brothers and sisters? I mean, didn't they start helping so you could, take a breath?
Some. But with that many of us, as soon as the other kids were old enough, they had to start contributing financially. So when they weren't in school, they were working, and we still had so many little ones. And I was the one who could help the most. So while they left, I stayed.
But your parents, his voice cracks. Didn't they see that you needed something more than that?
My dad works 3 jobs. He's a great guy, but he sort of just trusts my mom to handle the home life stuff. And my mom she loves children, loves our family, wanted a house full of kids, and didn't stop until the doctors told her she couldn't have any more after my youngest brother. Danny, not quite a year yet. But it never really occurred to her that if she needed help with our family, I wouldn't help her. She's not a bad person. She just... I don't even know how to explain or justify it without making her sound like a user or a villain. She's not. She's my mother, and this is my family. Taking a deep breath, I go on. I love them all, but I needed something else. And then, this past May, we went to a family reunion. Diane was there. We talked a lot, and I made some crack about not getting a lot of opportunities to talk with adults. She looked around and then looked back at me, and I swear something clicked, like she just got it. His thumb moves over my ankle, his fingers wrapped in a snug hold around my arch.
And she offered you a job.
She offered me a way out, a place to live, a paycheck so I could send enough money home that they could hire some help to make up for me not being there. And suddenly I was free. I thought I was finally going to start living. I know what he's thinking. I can see it in his eyes. That even back at Diane's, I was always home. That I never had any plans of my own. I don't wait for him to ask what happened. At first, moving out was amazing. It seemed like potential and opportunity lurked around every corner. Less than a week of living in Chicago, and I met this charming, handsome guy without even leaving my building. I cut him a sidelong look, thinking he'll laugh, but he doesn't. He looks devastated.
Nora.
I wave him off. It's okay. Look, what I'm getting to is this. I was too naive to recognize what that whole chatty business was. I imagined a life of friends and fancy coffees and chic restaurants. And yes, I could go to the Starbucks down the street or to one of the restaurants around the corner, but I still didn't have friends to meet me there. Diane traveled almost all of the time, and in a very real way, I was more alone, more isolated than I'd been trapped at home. So I made a plan. I'd start small, focus on one thing at a time. I'd be the best employee Diane could hope for. I'd get the experience I needed, and eventually I'd be able to get a job with someone who wasn't a blood relative, maybe work in an office. I'd make friends there. And until then, I'd buy a plant. A little house plant, like the kind I'd never been able to keep alive at home. It would be the first step toward living the life I'd dreamed of for myself. Only
Stella died.
I nod, then slouch, letting out a breath. Confession time. Dale, Edgar, and Orlando died first. Stella's passing just happened to coincide with the realization that while I was waiting for my life to finally start, it had actually been upended when Diane decided to stay in Paris, and I was going to have to move back home. But even dead, Stella was a good reminder of the life I'm working toward.
You want a life that grows and flourishes.
He gives my foot a squeeze and pulls it onto his lap.
Not one that's about dying on the vine.
Okay, I'd been thinking that I wanted a life where I had enough me time to prioritize keeping a plant alive, but what Axel said sounded way better. Yep, exactly.
Chapter 13. Axel. When's your family getting in tomorrow? Nora asks as we clean up after dinner. I made salmon with spinach, and with Otto conked out hard after an ornery afternoon, we're both enjoying the calm while we've got it. I'm thinking he might have been picking up on some of my tension, not because my family is coming here for Christmas this weekend, but because Nora is leaving to see hers. I know she's aching to see her siblings, but the more I get out of her about her home life growing up, the less I like her going back, even for a visit. Not like I can really fit 14-plus Bennetts in here. The logistics of getting them here alone would be nuts. I need to hire a party bus. I look around what most would consider a fairly spacious kitchen, currently decorated with some fairy lights Nora strung, and wonder how big of a house I'd need to accommodate her family.
Axel?
She pokes me with a rinsed plate. Right. I load it into the dishwasher. Mom's not getting in until 2, but Astrid should be here around noon. Anders, whenever he decides to show up. He'd be earlier if Nora was going to be around, but without her, it won't be nearly as much fun tormenting me. Is your mom going to be one of those grandmas who shows up with 46 packages for Otto and wears a pin on her coat with his picture on it? I smirk, shaking my head. Not likely. Mom is the more practical sort. She's excited to finally meet her grandson. She'll want to cuddle him, but she's not really a baby person, so she won't go around the bend. My sister will, though. Nora leans a hip back into the counter. I never would have guessed, with the way she's texting me almost as much as you do, begging for pictures and videos of him. Astrid's excited. Sure you don't want to stick around and meet them? They already love her, and I'm strangely bummed they won't get the chance to spend time with her in person. Sorry. I would, but I haven't seen my family since I moved out in June. Next time. She makes a face. If they come out again before March. When she leaves for Paris. Ignoring the knot in my gut, I open the fridge and pull out a beer. Share one? It's one of those things we started doing here and there, and I don't know, there's just something about it I like. She gets a couple glasses from the cabinet and tilts her head, peering up at me. What's on your mind? You? Your dad? I know Otto was named for him, but not much else. I take the glasses and pour. My dad was the best. Don't get me wrong, my mom's amazing. She just had her hands full splitting her attention between trying to keep us alive and her job at the university. My dad worked construction, so at the end of the day, you'd think he'd come home and collapse, but he didn't really have an off switch. Didn't want to miss a minute, you know? She smiles, and I go on. I can still hear him charging in the door after work, pressing a quick kiss to my mom's cheek and then going back for one more that always made her giggle. He coached my teams when I was a kid. Never missed a game. Had a sixth sense or something about when stuff was bothering us and knew how to get us to talk. Sounds like an amazing man. Yeah, he was my best friend. It was hard to lose him. Unexpected. I'll never forget that phone call. The shock. The feeling that the whole world was pulled out from beneath me. What happened? Fell off a ladder. Broke his neck. I take a breath. It was quick. She reaches for my hand, holding it in hers. I'm sorry. I nod, appreciating the sentiment, just standing there for a minute with her, letting that connection thrum between us. Our eyes meet, and I know I need to let go. Giving her hand a last squeeze, I take the glasses out to the living room and set them on the coffee table, alongside a stack of neatly paired baby socks. Except for that one Lone Ranger. Where the hell? We sit, Nora sinking into her corner, me into mine. The apartment quiet around us. I was lucky. I got 20 years with him. My mom used to joke they were like dog years. The way he was always going. He lived 7 years for each one a normal person lived. I had so much of him, but damn, what I wouldn't give to have him to talk to now. What would you ask? How he did it? How he always knew what we needed? How he made us feel so secure? Like no matter what went down, we were safe. Tipping my head back, I close my eyes. I want that for Otto. I want him to feel like, no matter what, he can count on me. But how do I do that when I'll be gone as much as I'm here? Hey. She nudges my thigh with her foot, and I crack an eye. You love him. You give him the best you have, and he'll know. That simple, huh? She's quiet a moment and then shrugs. I hope so.
Nora. Hello. Happy holidays. I call as I close the door behind me and hang my coat.
Aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
I turn to find Axel walking down the hall with Otto tucked in the crook of his arm, and my heart starts to pound, warmth stirring in my belly. I take in their matching bedhead hair, one wearing a t-shirt that hugs every muscle and dip beneath, the other sporting a pair of red footy PJs with a hockey stick print. Well, look at you, handsome, I coo, meeting them and leaning in to give Otto a kiss as his feet kick with glee. Axel's arm comes around me, his hand solid and warm at my back, as he pulls me in for the hug I can't help but sink into. Because we hug now. It's what friends do. No big deal. Except that it's been 3 days since I've seen these two, and while my heart ached for both of them, my body is reacting to the close proximity of one in a way that is a very big deal. Friends aren't supposed to subtly draw in deep, shiver-inducing breaths of each other. Their skin isn't supposed to spark and hum beneath the most innocuous contact. Friends aren't supposed to hope that 3 days apart will be enough to rein in those rebel, crushy feelings that have started taking root. So much for that. I take a step back, swallowing as I meet the blue of Axel's eyes. For a beat, it's all right there. The kiss, the attraction, and then all the reasons we both know better than to acknowledge any of the above. Axel blinks, and I'm free. He gives me one of those grins that are so wide you want to grin right along with him before you even know what's behind it.
Handsome, huh? Well, hello to you too, gorgeous.
It's over the top, but works to diffuse the situation. I was talking to your son.
Sure you were. Come on, you don't have to be embarrassed.
Axel teases, handing me Otto and then picking up my overnight bag.
You missed me, admit it.
I laugh, shaking my head. Right, keep telling yourself that. My dodge isn't exactly a lie, but it's definitely not the truth either. I missed him more than I'd like to admit. At least when he travels for games, we talk and check in a few times a day. Something I've gotten used to, spoiled on. But this time, he was the one home with Otto. No need to check in or hang on the phone. Sure, we texted a couple of times over the weekend and talked once on Saturday when he called to wish me a Merry Christmas. But we were both with our families, so we kept it brief. But late at night, when I finally got the little ones bathed and put to bed, the kitchen cleaned, and meals started for the next day, when I was so bone-tired I could barely keep my eyes open, I wanted to talk to him. I wanted him to tell me about Otto and remind me that I had a life that was different from the one in my parents' home. So, yeah, I missed him. But now I'm back and life is good. I get him and Otto for another 2 months. And this crushy business, I'll get over it. I follow him down the hall, stopping short when we get to my room. What's wrong? I ask, trying to peek past him and then giving up when there's just too much Axel to see around until he steps aside. He doesn't.
I told you about the present that's coming later, but I also got you something for now.
And this time, he lets me by. There's a lush, green potted plant sitting in the spot Stella previously occupied. What?
I couldn't stop thinking about what you said, and I hate the idea that you've made something withered and dead into the equivalent of your vision board. I put Stella in a drawer, so if you need a good scare, she's still haunting the place. But just in case you're interested in going another way, this is Damien. He's a pothos, or devil's ivy. As houseplants go, he's pretty chill, not too choosy about light, and because he's supportive of all your endeavors, he's cool with waiting for a drink until you've got time to give him one. And best of all,
he walks over and points to a command hook adhered to the wall. Then gently, he picks up one of the vines and drapes it over.
You can watch him grow and decide on his path. Change it any time.
My heart feels overfull, tender and raw. And for a minute I can't say anything because I'm afraid my voice might give away too much. Pulling me into his chest, he holds me through a lingering breath and then steps back with a wink.
But like I said, Stella's still around if you need her.
I shake my head. I love him. This crush isn't going anywhere.
Chapter 14. Axel. Dude, what's with the grin? Grady asks, dropping his bag on his bed in our shared hotel room. Text from Nora. Yeah? He walks over with a nod. What you got? Picture of Otto? Let's see. Damien. He's grown 3 inches in the week since I gave him to her, and Nora added a new hook for his vine. He gives me a confused look and then walks back to his bed, picks up his phone and starts thumbing away. A few seconds later, he snorts. I turn. What? Harlow's out with Nettie tonight. Cocktails. When I told her you were exchanging pictures of plants with your kid's nanny, Nettie hijacked her phone. Harlow is Wade Grady's fiancée, and Nettie's her best friend, my banker, and a pretty good friend, too. What did she say? From Nettie. Sure she didn't send him a picture of her bush? I cough and push my too long hair back from my face. Not like that, man. Bullshit. Have you seen you? It's exactly like that. He holds up a hand. Not the bush part. Or if it is, I don't want to know. He goes back to texting, ignoring the glare I'm giving him. I turn it up a notch, adding a low growl, but he just shakes his head. Settle, Cro-Magnon. You're only proving my point. I'm getting pissed. What point is that? You're hot for Nanny. Grady sits there, cool as a cucumber, while a restless energy starts to build within me, making my skin feel too tight. My muscles twitchy. It's not. It is. And then, after an unhurried glance, he adds, You used to be the most even guy on the team. Now look at you. Your fists are clenched so hard the veins in your arms look like they're about to burst. I immediately shake out the fist in question, grunting an apology. He again waves off. Axe, man. You talk to her for hours, almost every day, and don't try to feed me that line about wanting Otto to hear your voice because down in Tampa, I heard her put him to bed, and instead of getting off the phone to come hang out with the guys, you asked what she wanted to watch. We're friends. I know. Friends who want to bang. He shrugs. She's beautiful, funny, and gives you relentless shit. Plus, she digs your kid. Totally bangable. She's off limits. She works for me, and Otto needs her. No way am I going to risk his relationship with a person giving him the most stability in his life because I find her attractive. There's a line, and we're not crossing it. Correction. We're not crossing it again, no matter how bad I might want to.
Nora. Friends. That's what we are. And having that affirmation playing on repeat in my head should be enough to keep me out of crushy trouble. But it's not. The problem is, we are friends. Maybe too good of friends. We get along too well, laugh too easily together, have too many private jokes and shared secrets. We get too excited about the same things, like this little face Otto has been making for the last week, and we've both been desperately trying to catch with our phones. When we finally got it this morning, we were so excited I somehow ended up in his arms, the hold all too reminiscent of our first kiss. No, Nora, our only kiss. No more kissing. No more thinking about kissing. No more circling back and back again to the way Axel's blue eyes drifted to my mouth, his fingers tightening at my waist, how I felt it deep in my center. I swallow. Yeah, that last bit is what finally broke me down and had me calling Caroline to confess. As expected, she ranted and hissed, asked me if I'd bumped my head, if I had amnesia, if sharing a bed with 2 of my younger siblings and working around the clock from the time I arrived on Christmas Eve day until the time I left 3 days later wasn't reminder enough of why I needed to focus on building my own life. It was. And then I came home to Otto and Axel and a new symbol of the life I wanted for myself. One that was vibrant and growing and, with just a little help, climbing to heights never imagined. Which was when the crushing started to feel like something more. Like maybe I wasn't holding it at bay quite the way I wanted to believe. And now, for the last 2 weeks, every time Axel walks in after a practice, a game, or a road trip, my heart starts racing like a runaway train, one that's destined to crash. I've even started pulling Stella out of the drawer that had become her crypt in the evenings and setting her next to flourishing Damien. But now this is too much.
I told you I ordered something online for Christmas,
Axel says through a cocky grin.
It wasn't going to be ready for a couple of weeks, but it's ready now.
Online classes. Something he'd known I wanted but hadn't been ready to start, or so I thought.
You can actually get a few in before you leave for France.
I can't believe he did this. Axel, it's too much. I knitted Otto a pair of hockey skate booties and gave Axel a framed picture I'd taken of him and Otto on the sly.
It's not. You were there for me when Otto was born in a way that I will never forget. I can't stand the idea of you feeling like you don't have options, because you deserve all of them. And I know, given enough time, you'd get them on your own. But maybe I like the idea of being a part of helping that future happen.
He rubs his chest.
Even if Otto and I aren't there to see it firsthand.
He's helping me build my future, knowing he won't be a part of it. I try to speak, but end up shaking my head through a watery smile with too much of all the wrong kinds of emotion behind it. It takes everything I have not to throw myself into his arms, but I can see the whiteboard wish list with the blurred lines and the rough shape of my body beyond his shoulder. We've been here before, and if I don't do something about it, we're going to end up in a place where neither of us can afford to go.
Axel. Jesus, what's your emergency? Grady groans into the phone. Boomer go missing? Spoiler alert, he's banging a bunny somewhere disgusting. Tell Bowie to cool his tits. She's got a date. I've got my hand cupped over the phone in my mouth as I panic stalk from one end of my bedroom to the other. What? Who? Nora. Who the hell do you think? I'm losing my shit, and it comes out sounding more like hysterical whispers screaming than the manly bark I intended. But damn it, everything was going great this morning. I told her about the online classes, and yeah, there was that minute when our eyes met and everything started to slow down, closing in until I couldn't see anything but her. And then it passed. We were fine. Until this afternoon, when suddenly she has a fucking date. I hear some rustling through the phone like maybe Grady's getting out of bed, and I feel like shit for interrupting what time he has with Harlow. But this is an emergency. I need him to talk me down because I'm at risk of hulking out over something that is none of my damn business and shouldn't impact me at all. That's what he needs to remind me, maybe with a fist or something, because this is bad. Who's she going out with? Some douche from marketing? I spit. I don't even know if he's a douche. Maybe he's a nice guy who would be the perfect low-key romance before she left. Maybe... not that fucker Drake. The phone cracks within my grasp, and whatever noise I make is savage enough that Grady takes it for agreement. Okay, is she there now? In the apartment? Yeah, giving Otto a bath before she gets ready. Then it's not too late. Quick, spill something on your shirt. What? You're going to get in front of her, he says, slowing his words so I can process each one. And peel it off all slow-like. Dude, it's time to be the bunny. My aggro pacing halts and I look at the phone. Fuck you. This isn't the time to throw that bullshit advice I gave him as a joke when he was losing his mind over Harlow back in my face. Yeah, believe me, I know what you're thinking. But Axe, she's wearing my ring. It works. Shirt off and touch your mouth. Hook your thumb in the pocket of your jeans and subtly inch them lower. Shit, what were Dinah's other rules? Oh yeah, don't forget the abs. Stretch a little and scratch them. Not like you have a rash, but all light. Grady, I bark. I'm not going to be the fucking bunny. First, I'm not using any advice originating from the woman who cost me Nora the first time to try and get her back. Not to mention that I've been flaunting my finer points for 6 months, and the only thing that seems to get her attention is being real. And last, hooking up would be a mistake. We both have our reasons, and they're legit. My breath is coming hard like I just got off the ice, but Grady is silent. Then, cost you Nora the first time? I sigh. He knows this much, might as well own up to the rest. I spent the night with Dinah a couple times around the time you and Harlow were getting together. I was, I don't know, bored, lonely, I guess. There were no expectations. It's not how she rolls. The next week, there's this new girl moved in next door, and there's just something about her. I can't stop looking for her. Can't stop trying to get her attention, get her to laugh, get her to talk, and then talk longer. Wait, you were working Fun Wrecker? I wasn't working anyone. I was into her, more than I even realized. And when I was ready to make a move, Dinah showed up claiming a missing thong. That old chestnut. It was like everything good and bright and hopeful that had been in Nora's eyes was gone in a blink. And hell, maybe for a second it felt a little like relief, because what I was feeling for this girl wasn't familiar. I felt out of my depth, out of control, except then it was gone. She was shutting me out, didn't want to talk, didn't want to be friends. She didn't want to get played. It's the farthest extreme from what was happening, but who could blame her for thinking it? After a long pause, Grady whistles out of breath. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Take off the shirt anyway. What? Why? Because the team needs you on the ice and not in custody for taking this guy out. You're a man on the edge, so better to defuse the situation and just flash some abs. She'll be thinking about it while she's with him, comparing you in her mind. It's Drake. He'll lose, and it'll fuck up her date enough that she won't go home with him. Problem solved. Except it wouldn't actually solve anything, because Nora's not mine to get back. I'm losing my mind over her going out with another man when I can't have her anyway. She's leaving. Christ, I need to get a grip.
Chapter 15. Nora. Worst idea ever. God, what am I doing here? This was such a mistake.
I was starting to think you weren't going to call me back,
Drake says with a mock pout that's probably supposed to be cute. Maybe it is, I don't even know. I'm trying to pay attention to him, to this gorgeous steakhouse that should really be the backdrop to a perfect date. But all I can think about is the look on Axel's face when I told him who I was going out with tonight. The way his eyes had gone hard and the muscle in his jaw started to jump. For a beat, I'd thought he was going to tell me not to go. Some self-sabotaging part of me might have even wanted him to. But then he'd given me a stiff nod and stepped back, telling me to have fun before heading into his room for the rest of the afternoon. I got ready, started questioning what I was doing, realized I had no business going out with Drake or anyone else, and was about to text to cancel when Axel finally emerged. I don't even know what he wanted, because then he noticed some stain on his shirt and whipped the thing off. And God, my mouth is actually watering, not from anything in this incredibly nice restaurant, but from the memory of Axel's bare chest, the way his muscles shifted and flexed as he tossed the shirt in the laundry. One look at Axel in his low-riding athletic pants had sealed my fate for the evening. I needed to get out of that apartment, or I was going to do something I would regret, like jump him.
I know that look. Dessert cart, right? Drake asks,
peering around the restaurant and drawing my attention back to the now. Oh, right. Yes. I nod, heat pushing into my cheeks. Bad, Nora. Bad.
Don't worry, you can get one if you like. My treat.
Drake reaches across the small table for my hand. He leans in for more eye contact, and it takes everything I have not to pull back.
Nora, I like you. I've been thinking about you a lot since we met.
He strokes a finger under my wrist. Ick. I feel like we have a connection. I blink, and this time I give in to the need to put some distance between us. Politely, I hope. Considering this is the third actual date I've been on in my life, I'm no expert on romance, but I can say with 100% certainty that whatever connection he's feeling is one-sided. This was such a mistake. There's something I should probably have mentioned before. I clear my throat, giving him an apologetic smile. I'm moving to France in 2 months. His head cocks, brows arching high.
Really?
Yes, my old boss asked me to help her start her business over there.
Mm-hmm.
He reaches for my hand again.
You're not looking for a relationship, then?
Biting his lip, he gives me a look that makes me feel like I need a shower.
Just looking to have some fun over the next couple months. Baby, I'm so glad you thought of me.
It's at this moment I understand why the single women in all those shows have the friend that calls or texts midway through the date with some feigned emergency in case a convenient escape is needed. Caroline would have done it. Heck, based on the way Axel reacted, I'm pretty sure he would have been happy to fake a flood or kitchen fire for me. As it is, I'm on my own. That's not... There's a small commotion behind me, and Drake's eager expression shifts to confusion as he looks past me.
What the...
And that's when I feel it. The low charge skimming across the backs of my shoulders. The awareness. The connection. I turn just as Axel, ruddy-cheeked and wild-haired, arrives with Otto.
Oh, hey. Thought that was you in the window.
In the window? My eyes narrow. He knew we were here. I told him myself. Drake jerks his hand back from mine just in time to avoid the snug ride coming down on the table between us. Axel, what are you doing here? I ask, standing to unzip Otto's Sherpa bunting. His baby blues meet mine, and he gives an eager flex in greeting. His mitten comes off, and I kiss his bare hand.
Decided to pick up some, sushi from the place around the corner. Let O here get a change of scenery.
He shrugs, meets my eyes, and quickly looks away. Guilty. My blood starts to heat. Drake nods.
Yeah, I imagine being stuck at home with one of these isn't quite on par with the club scene, huh? All those girls. It's better,
Axel says flatly. Oblivious, Drake reaches over to give Otto's hand a shake. Within a blink, Axel snaps a baby wipe out of the travel pack and cleans off Otto's hand. Oh man, I have to cough to cover my laugh. But Drake doesn't seem to notice.
Well, good to see you again, Erickson. I'd ask you to join us, but love to.
Axel slides into my side of the booth, pushing me in with his thigh, and then slinging his arm behind me.
Thanks, man.
Oh, I'm going to kill him.
Axel. I'm apologizing before we even leave the restaurant. I apologize on the Uber ride home, in the elevator, and again in the hall. But it isn't until we're inside the apartment, Otto laid in his crib and the door to his room half closed, that she whirls on me and, in finger-jabbing fury, demands to know what the hell I was thinking. And that's the problem. I wasn't. It's the truth. Hell, I kept telling myself you could go out with anyone you wanted, that it was probably better if you did. But then I was bundling Otto up, explaining to him it was easier to cruise by and make sure you looked comfortable instead of doing the background check. Background what? Her hands fly up. Axel, are you out of your mind? I rake a hand through my hair, leaning back against my side of the hallway. I'm spun up, adrenaline pumping hard through my veins. Yes, I'm out of my fucking mind thinking about you out with some fuckwit. Seeing the way Drake was looking at you tonight? I growl, giving my head a hard shake. Seeing him touch you? I snapped. Her breath is ragged. Why? I give her a slow shake of my head. You know why. Because it already feels like she's mine. Our eyes meet, and like that, the air around us changes, like it's picked up the charge that forever seems to be sparking between us. Fuck! I turn and stalk to the wall before turning back. Nora's shoulders slump, and all the fight seems to drain out of her. I didn't want to go out with Drake. Then why did you? She gives me a half smile and my own words back to me, softly, a little sad. You know why? I do. We both do. I reach for her hand and pull her into my chest. We've gotten good at this, and she rests her head over my heart as my arms come around her back. I don't want to let her go. But above that, I don't want to hold her back. I don't want to complicate an already complicated situation even more. How about this? I'll keep my shirt on from now on. From within the circle of my arms, she peers up at me with an assessing look. There wasn't any stain? I brush a hand over the thick, dark waves of her hair, closing my fingers around them rather than letting them go. Grady told me to do it. I was stupidly seeking advice from a teammate on how not to kill your date. Her soft huff of amusement penetrates my shirt, warming the skin beneath. And he told you to take your shirt off? It's complicated.
Nora. I can't sleep. It's close to 1, and I've given up even trying. Otto won't need a bottle for another couple hours, and here I am staring at Damien in the dim light of my phone's clock screen. I didn't get Stella out of her drawer tonight. Don't want to think about her. Instead, I'm staring at the outstretched arms of my plant of potential. 1 more inch on that vine on the right, and I'll be able to put another hook up, letting him reach even farther. I wonder how far he'll stretch before I have to leave for Paris. I blink, my throat suddenly tight with the realization Damien won't come with me. I might be able to bring a cutting, maybe, but it won't be Damien, not really. It will be a fresh start for us both. It's what I've been waiting for. But the more I think about it, the worse I feel. I hate the idea of leaving behind what I've started here. I'm thinking about Axel and what's been growing between us these past 2 months. Friendship and trust and that ill-fated attraction. I'm thinking about that horrible date tonight and the feel of Axel's arms around me. I'm thinking how tired I am of waiting for my life to finally begin. My heart starts to beat harder, my mind beginning to reel. And then I'm climbing out of bed and moving into the hall toward his door. I raise my hand to knock, drawing back at the last second. What am I doing? We've talked about this. Am I really considering suggesting something short-term? I don't want to be like Drake. But nothing. My fingers tingle from the absence of contact, but Axel's got a game tomorrow night. The man needs to sleep, not some late-night visit from his son's nanny. I take a breath and turn to go, but his door opens before I make it a step. Oh God, what am I doing here? He's bare-chested, his hair in sexy disarray, eyes alert and focused on me, like maybe I wasn't the only one awake. Why does that make me shiver? He doesn't say a word, doesn't ask what I want, just takes my hand in the warm grasp of his and pulls me into his room. And I follow. I don't ask what he's doing when his fingers slide into my hair or tell him we should stop when the hand still holding mine folds behind my back. I don't wonder if we're making a mistake when our bodies meet and his mouth touches mine. I know we are. Just like I know I can't stop what's happening any more than he can. We kiss, a gentle press of lips that somehow feels like equal parts relief and desperation, like the perfect now and the need for more. More. Opening beneath him, I take the slow thrust of his tongue and low growl rumbling up from his chest. It's the sexiest sound I've ever heard, spurring a needy clench deep in my center. His hand fists in the loose sleep shirt at my back, and my hips cant forward in search of his. Oh God, I gasp at the contact, searching it out again and again until Axel reaches down to catch me by the back of the knees and lifts me up and against him. Carrying me the few feet to the bed, he lays me down and positions himself so one knee is notched between my legs, one arm curled around the top of my head while the other grips my hip. For a moment, his eyes search mine, a question in their depths. I answer by threading my fingers into his hair and pulling him to me. My whimper when he deepens our kiss is all that breaks the silence, like somehow we've agreed whatever this is that's happening between us is too fragile for words. Like if we don't talk, if we don't ask the questions, we don't have to hear the answers. So instead, we just feel. His touch is tender, gentle. We're wrapped in each other's arms, drowning in the taste of this reprieve from the right thing and responsible action. From all the reasons that what's happening now shouldn't be. I shudder beneath his roving touch. Our breaths come hard and harsh between devouring kisses, our bodies seeking more contact, more friction. I'm inexperienced. I've only been with one other man, and it wasn't the culmination of some long-building attraction or emotion. It was mechanical and awkward, me trying to check a box so I could feel like I wasn't missing all the things that matter. But being here in Axel's bed, my body on fire, fueled by this connection between us we can't shut down, I understand. I was missing everything. Not now, though. In this moment, I'm alive. I'm not missing a thing. And the fact that this quiet, stolen night won't last, that's something I'll face tomorrow. Axel rocks into me, and I gasp again, my hands running over his back, my legs twining around his, holding him close, urging him on, and asking for more. He pushes up my shirt, moving to my breast. His tongue and teeth tease my nipple until that deep, pulsing need inside has me crying out. And then we're working together to shed our clothes, moaning as skin comes into contact with skin, and this blazing heat becomes an inferno. He strokes through the slickness between my legs, pushing a single thick finger inside me. So good, so deep. I cling to his shoulders as he pumps in and out until I'm writhing with him, my body clinging and clenching with each stroke. He adds another, filling and stretching me, tightening the connection that's tangling around us. He crooks his fingers, finding a place where sensation gravitates, building and building on itself, intensifying in a way I didn't know was possible. My breath catches, coming to a stop as he hovers over me, and eyes locked with mine, demanding. He strokes again. Axel! My orgasm rips through me like a hurricane, battering hard with wave after wave of devastating pleasure. I had no idea. Imagination failed me. What Axel just gave me was beyond anything fantasy could prepare me for. And it isn't over. Summoning the last of my strength, I skim my hand between our bodies to where he's pressed against my thigh. He's hot under my palm, long and thick and steely hard. I don't know how to touch him or what would allow him a fraction of the pleasure he just gave me. But when I tentatively stroke, tipping my hips in offer, his answering groan tells me I'm not too far off base. He leans over me, reaching for the drawer next to his bed. Once the condom is on, he covers my body with his again. I'm nervous. He's so much bigger than the man I was with before, but I want this, all of him. For once, I want to let that connection complete, to stop trying to cut it short. For tonight, I want everything. I want to give him everything. And tomorrow, well, tomorrow can wait until tomorrow. Axel kisses me again, softly, slowly, Like on some level, he knows all the things I'm not telling him. He teases me, and when I start to shift with need, he lines up, notching himself at my opening. Emotion wells within me as I trace his face, his neck and shoulders still rigid with restraint. Tears slip from the corners of my eyes, and he lowers his head to kiss them away. Please, I whisper, needing this, needing him. And when he pushes inside me, groaning my name, I have it, everything that matters. Or at least as close to everything as two people in our positions can get.
Chapter 16. Axel. Nora is not in my bed. It's the first thing I think when I wake up and feel the cool sheets beside me. The second is a string of expletives that slam into my consciousness with a disturbing force to knock me to my back as I press the heels of my hands to my eyes. What the fuck was I thinking? Except I know exactly what I was thinking. Thank God she came. Another night without her was going to kill me. Nothing had ever felt as right as her stepping into my arms. And right now, nothing has ever felt as wrong as her not being here. I swing my legs over the edge of the bed and stand, pulling on the PJ bottoms I was wearing when she came to my door, and didn't knock. Last night, I sat up as soon as I heard the creak and give of the floor. I was out of my bed within her first retreating step. I couldn't let her go. I didn't have to last night, but today, I will. Probably. Maybe. Fuck. After a quick brush of my teeth, I head out into the quiet apartment. Otto was still sleeping in ignorant baby bliss, totally unaware of what happened. That I might have done something that cost him the most constant presence in his life. Because that's what Nora is. More than me, she's the one who's here for him. And he's supposed to get another 2 months with her. Time that's precious to him. Fuck. Time that's precious to me. Except it's not just about Otto. I don't want to lose her. Her friendship means something to me, more than I could have imagined it ever would. Anxious, I look for her. Nora's not in her room, but I know she's here, for now. She wouldn't leave without talking to me. I swallow hard. She won't leave at all. Christ, I hope she won't. I find her in the living room, standing by the window with a mug of coffee in her hands. She's wearing a pair of those woolly leggings she likes with a plain, white long-sleeve t-shirt. She's beautiful, and my heart fucking aches seeing her there. She looks over her shoulder and gives me a small smile I don't know what to do with. Finally, I can't stand it anymore and go to her, taking her coffee and setting it aside before gathering her into my arms. She melts into me, and for a few heartbeats, it feels like I can breathe again. Tell me last night wasn't goodbye. Last night wasn't about words, but today I need them. Tell me you aren't leaving. They aren't questions the way I say them, but the way I mean them is like a plea. Shaking her head, she peers up at me with a small smile. It wasn't goodbye. I'm leaving, but in the same way I was leaving yesterday. I nod, holding her closer, tighter. I don't want to let her go, but if I keep this up, I'm going to be sliding my hands into her hair again, using my mouth in ways that don't involve talking to convince her to stay. Liking that idea way too much, I pull her with me over to our couch and onto my lap. We need to talk. I know we do, but I don't know what to say. She lets out a soft sigh. A first for us. It is. Even when we weren't at our best, there's never been a shortage of words between us. I swallow, and I don't want there to be one now, so I start. Nora, last night was incredible. It was the kind of night that makes men reevaluate their priorities. I open my mouth to go on, to say the rest, only the but won't come. She rests her hand on my chest, her fingers so incredibly soft. But neither of us are in a place where that's really an option. It's not far off from what I meant to say, and yet hearing the words from her seems to lock up something inside me, like I can't move past them. Axel, what do you want? I want her. I want to go back in time and tell Dinah, no thanks. that I'd rather wait for the know-it-all to move in down the hall and change my life. I want the chance to fall in love with her when both our lives are still nothing but possibility. And when Diane tells her that she's not coming back from France, I want Nora to laugh and say what perfect timing it is because she's moving in with me. And then, when Otto comes, I want her to be by my side through those first terrifying hours, and I want her to want me still. I want her to want us. But that's not where we are. It's not what happened. I want you to be happy. I want you to know I'm your friend, and what happened last night doesn't change that. Nothing will. And then I tell her the part I really don't want to say. Not even if you decide you aren't comfortable here anymore. I send up a silent prayer. That's not the case. She blinks. Do you want me to go? No. I cover her hand with mine, holding it against my heart. That is the absolute last thing I want. How can she even ask? How about you? What do you want? Our eyes meet, and for a beat, it feels like the fate of my world hangs in the balance. God, the way she's looking at me. I want... Otto's sharp cry cuts off whatever she was about to say. She smiles, climbing off my lap and slipping her hand free from where I'm holding it. I guess I want to go see about getting Otto a fresh diaper. I stand with her. You get his bottle and I'll handle the change. I need to get moving for morning skate here pretty quickly. We're not done talking, but the rest is going to have to wait. It's a game day, and I'm grateful we're at home. I have breakfast with the team in Baxter. Listen to Rux wax poetic about some muffins Cammy made for the team, but he accidentally ate. Grady keeps giving me the side-eye like he's got some kind of sixth sense about my sex life, which is disconcerting as hell. I meet with the coaches and hit the ice. After I talk with the press about what we're expecting from tonight's game and whether as a new father I'm getting enough rest. I tell them yes because, as a rule, it's true. Sure, I got significantly less sleep last night than is ideal, but I know without question I got more than I would have if Nora hadn't come to my room. And I'm sharp. Yeah, there's a part of my mind that keeps circling back to Nora, to the feel of her beneath me last night, the taste of her, the sound she made when I pushed inside her tight body, the way she said my name, how fucking right all of it felt. But most of all, I keep coming back to this morning, to the way she looked at me. What was she going to say? It's after 2 when I get home, and Nora and Otto are at a baby group she connected with, so I climb into a bed that smells like her and knock off hard. When I get up, they're back, but Otto's gassy and crying, and we spend the little time I have left at home trying to console him. True to her word, Nora gets a good burp out of him, and he settles down, but there isn't time for the conversation we still need to have. So I stick to the safe subjects, like how the baby playdate worked out and if she got any sleep today. We talk, but every time her eyes meet mine, it's like we're right back to last night. She's giving Otto his bath when it's time to leave. I come up behind her and wrap my hands around her shoulders, my front meeting her back before I drop a kiss at her cheek and give Otto a belly tickle that makes him squawk, and both of us laugh. Then it's time to go. The game is intense, but after being down in the first 2 periods, we come back in the third and take the win when Rux scores in overtime. The guys decide to grab some dinner, but I've waited long enough. I'm walking to my car when I get the first text. Nora, do you think last night was a mistake? I've spent hours on the ice today, but it's walking through a covered parking structure that I nearly wipe out, tripping over my own feet. Me? Never. I throw my gear in the back and get in the driver's seat. There's another text. Don't look. I grip the wheel at 10 and 2, feeling like I'm about to lose control even though the engine is off. Nora, what would you do if I came to your room again tonight?
Nora. He hasn't replied. I can't believe I sent that text. And at the same time, I can't believe I managed to hold off from asking for as long as I did. I haven't been able to stop thinking about him, about what we did, since this morning when he asked me what I wanted. All day, I've been thinking about it, thinking about how right it felt, about whether there was a chance we could... The front door bursts open, and I suck a breath as Axel stalks inside, his blazing eyes locking on me.
You trying to kill me, Nora?
What? Are you okay? This isn't right. It's not how Axel Eriksson looks coming home from a game. The neat lines of his post-shower gelled hair are broken, the length of it falling in different directions. His usually loosened tie is yanked sideways, and the top button of his shirt is hanging by a thread, the one below missing completely. He drops his gear on the floor, kicking the door closed behind him. His nostrils flare wide, his chest rising and falling with each heavy breath, and the apartment around us shrinks with every step he takes toward me. The air crackles as he rounds the couch.
You want to know what I would do if you came to my room again tonight?
He's like a man possessed, and the sight of him like this, barely clinging to control, has liquid heat simmering in my belly. I think I do, I say, my words barely a breath, but enough.
Then I'll show you.
In the next blink, he ducks, catching me over his shoulder. Axel! His arm bands around the backs of my thighs. Then we move through the apartment. He's cutting around furniture and corners, the way he cut around the opposing team on the ice, effortlessly and efficiently, with purpose. In his room, he tosses me back on the bed.
You can tell me to stop, Nora.
He yanks his tie off, grabs the back of that dress shirt and pulls it over his head.
Anytime. You say the word and I stop.
I nod, licking my suddenly dry lips. This man's body is beautiful, a work of art. Okay, I scooch to the edge of the bed, reaching for his belt with trembling fingers. But don't stop. I fumble the buckle, then his hands are on mine, warm, steady, stilling.
Hey.
I look up, getting caught in his eyes. What? I whisper.
What do you want?
I know what he's asking, what we were talking about this morning. I trust him with my body. I can trust him with the truth. I want to feel like I did last night, like I'm free, alive. I draw a shaky breath, like I'm not stuck in this eternal holding pattern, waiting and waiting for my life to finally start. Hoping it happens before something else pulls me back to a place I can't escape from. I want you. I know I'm leaving, and neither of us is in any place to start something real or lasting. But we could have now. Tonight. His hands move to my hair. Something in his expression changes.
We could have longer than that.
I nod. We could have until Paris. I say it, somehow needing it to be on my terms, to be the one making the rules, dictating where the emotional lines are drawn.
Until Paris.
There's a furrow between his brows, but then he leans down and kisses me like we're sealing some kind of deal. And when he pulls back, the only thing in his eyes is heat.
That's not much time.
I raise a brow, but I like that he feels that way. It's months.
Exactly.
He leans over me, pressing me back until I'm lying on the bed.
Not even close to long enough for everything I want to do to you.
Axel. Holy hell. The way Nora is looking up at me has me wanting to take more than her body. More than the scanty couple months on offer. That look is about trust and desire and a vulnerability she doesn't share easily. It makes me want to be worthy. It makes me want to give her things I don't have to give anymore. Promises I can't make. But there's one thing she wants that I know I can deliver on. You want me to make you feel alive? I slide my hand from her chest over the softness of her belly, curving my fingers into the waist of her leggings and giving them a little tug. She lifts her hips, eyes wide as she nods. Yes. I pull the stretchy fabric free of her legs and go back for her panties. Pink bikinis, cotton with a damp spot that has me on the brink of blowing my load just from seeing it. I brush my thumb over the evidence, feeling the heat of her sweet pussy beneath. You wet for me already? That fucking blush burns over her face. Damn. You're making me so hot, making my mouth water for the taste of you. Her throat moves up and down, her legs trying to close around my knee. I remember this from high school. Nervous, shy, inexperienced. Not on my watch. I want to make her forget about everything but how fucking good my mouth feels on her. Nora, look at me. When her eyes meet mine, I smile at her. I'm aching for the taste of you coming on my tongue. She sucks a short breath but doesn't tell me no. When her panties are off, I move back between her legs, positioning them over my shoulders. And she's right there, pretty and pink and glistening like the greatest temptation ever laid out before me. I lick my lips, starving for her, but I drag my eyes to hers. See the moment she registers the hunger on my face and it reflects on her own. She nods and I sink into her sweetness, kissing her folds, rubbing my lips over her sensitive, slicked flesh, licking and sucking, tasting. And then, once I've earned the catch of her breath and her fingers knotting in my hair, devouring. She gasps my name and begs me for more. Like that, right there. Don't stop, please. Each whimpering cry drives me on, pushing me closer to the edge. Each spasm and clench of her pussy makes me mindless for the taste of her release. Axel, I'm going to... I spear her with my tongue, and she pulls harder on my hair, rocking into my face. Fuck yes. Axel. When she's finished coming on my tongue, I feel like a fucking superhero. But it's not enough. She's woken some primal part of me. Want it again. I growl against the spread of her sex, lapping at her as her heels scrabble against my back. Need you. Up. Please. She pulls at my hair in that way, and I climb over her, sliding my arm under her back. I hoist her up the bed, groaning as we kiss, deep and hard. Our mouths clash, tongues sliding together. She clings and writhes beneath me. We shed the rest of our clothes, frantic and greedy. I get the condom, and then I'm sinking full length into all that tight, wet heat. Her lips part as she sucks a breath. She nods, lust blazing in her eyes. Again. Hell yes. I oblige, drawing back and then driving in. And yeah, my girl likes it. So I do it again and again, tipping her hips and adjusting my angle to give her more, to give her everything. Her body is heaven, the sounds of her pleasure multiplying my own. When she's at the edge, begging me to take her over, I lean close to her ear. I'm going to make you come so hard, so many times. You won't even think about leaving my bed tonight. And if I get my way, which I'm pretty fucking good at getting, any night before she leaves for Paris.
Chapter 17. Nora. Is this how you plan to get your way? Oh God, oh God, oh God. About everything? I gasp a week later as Axel teases me beneath the spray of 5 shower heads. It's early, and Otto's been sleeping later, so I didn't resist when Axel pulled me in with him, promising a quick shower before morning skate. Only now, I'm on the edge of the marble bench, back bowed and legs spread around the impossibly wide shoulders between them. Just say it. He nuzzles that throbbing bundle of nerves, a smug smile on his face. The hot water has nothing on this man's scorching mouth. Or don't, I can stay here all day. Of that, I have no doubt. He's insatiable, and I'm not even sure why I'm holding out. Something about emotional lines and playing things safe, maybe. Trying to be smart. It's all a blur. The fingers pumping deep and slow inside me, V and twist, adding a new pressure and sensation, amping up the need. I'm so close, right there. The tension in my belly so sweetly intense, it's nearly unbearable.
Give me what I want.
He circles with the tip of his tongue, once, twice, 3 times until...
So fucking stubborn. Love it.
And I love whatever that thing is he's doing. Oh, just don't stop, Axel. His chuckle is low and seductive.
Give it.
I need to come so bad. Before this week, I didn't even know it was possible to need like this, but now... Yes, I'll be your 6-week girlfriend. I'm laughing, even as I beg at the brink of insanity.
And
he works a 3rd finger in, and I'm there. Desperate, I give up the last concession in a rush of breath. And I agree to obnoxious degrees of PDA in front of your friends.
Starting tonight.
Yes, anything. Starting tonight. Wait, what? Except I don't care about that last bit he threw in when my defenses were down because his mouth covers my clit and he sucks. And I'm tumbling over the edge into a violent free fall of pleasure, so brutally intense I don't know how I'll ever recover. How the world hasn't come apart with me, the universe. But then Axel's gathering me up in his arms, kissing me whole again, holding me together as he growls against my ear.
One more like that, and then I've got to go.
I slide my knee up his hip as he presses me against the shower wall, and I pull him into me with a desperation I can't account for. I need him. Please. One more became 2, and by the time Axel left, I not only agreed to a babysitter from the agency so I could go to the game, but also sitting with the wags. I didn't realize that stood for wives and girlfriends until I was ushered into the private seating and given a badge that identified me as Axel's. There was a brief moment of panic, but then Cammie Wesley and Natalie Vassar were waving me over with welcoming grins and the promise of cocktails. I'd met a handful of the women when they came by the apartment to meet Otto, and the ones I hadn't were friendly. Everyone wants the details about how Axel and I got together. George wants to know if he calls me fun wrecker in bed, but I've never been to a game like this, and I can't pay much attention to anything but the arena and the guys warming up on the ice below. I'm still not entirely comfortable with the fact that I'm sleeping with my boss and best friend, and I'm a little worried they might ask about it. Axel's easy justification is that I'm allowed to have a personal life in my off hours, blurred as those might be. And when he asked me if I wanted to stop what we were doing, I didn't hesitate. My answer was a hard, immediate no. And his response to that was a guttural, thank God, followed by taking me against the refrigerator. I know he's right, but it's a little weird to think about having to explain it to people I don't know very well. But not one person brings it up, and soon I'm relaxing into the night. You know much about hockey? Natalie asks, coming to stand by me at the glass. I've been watching the games with Otto, and Axel explained a few things. So the basics? Her eyes light up. Don't worry, we've got you covered. Then she nods past me. George, get over here. Class is in session. George slides over, piles of curls bouncing around her face. Do you know how to skate? The best way to learn about hockey is to play it. By the end of the first period, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be deaf in both ears. I'm reeling from the amount of hockey knowledge bestowed upon me, and I have to pee. When I come back, the girls are engaged in a heated argument about a bad call. Cammie pulls me over to the bar, blue eyes sparkling as brightly as the rock on her finger. They're talking about a bad call from a 12U girls game last week. Sit by me while they rehash every pass and shot. George's hand flies up as she shouts, "Bullshit!" I take a startled step back toward the bar, then turn to Cammie. I'm thinking it's a good thing this NHL girlfriend thing is a temporary gig. Not sure I've got the fire to fit in long term. She shakes her head, taking a sip of her drink. Nonsense. Those girls are nuts, in an awesome way, but still nuts, about hockey. They played together in college, and Nat coaches. George helps out when she isn't playing herself, but most of us don't live and breathe it to that extent. The guys are back on the ice, and I find myself holding my breath watching Axel move with power and skill. He's confident and cocky, and when he looks up at the glass and nods, I feel it in my heart. Cammy clears her throat beside me. Besides, given a little time, who knows what kind of fire you'd have. It's pretty easy to fall in love with these guys. I choke, and she pulls a wide grin. I mean the team, the sport. Yeah, right. She's not even trying to be subtle, which has me rolling my eyes with a snicker. I'll have to take your word for it, since I won't have that time. March, Paris, she says, taking another sip. Dream job. Got it. There's a gleam in her eyes that tells me I don't think she does, but she's so cute about it, I don't try to convince her. She offers me another cocktail, but outside of sharing a beer with Axel here and there, I'm not much of a drinker and probably won't even finish the one I have. Cammy's crazy fun and generous with Team T, and somehow, knowing more about who the players are as people and how they met their significant others makes the on-ice action all the more exciting. By the time it's over, my cheeks hurt from smiling, my voice is hoarse from cheering, and the girls have convinced me to agree to Axel's request that we hit the 5-hole bar for a celebratory beer, the only denial I'd managed to stay firm on this morning. I've been peeking in through the phone app to see how things were going at home, but I'm not used to being away from the little guy this long, and call the sitter on our way to the bar. She tells me he's perfect, had a bottle not too long ago, and is sleeping soundly. She's fine staying later, but has to rush me off the phone when Axel beeps in on her other line. Cammy's just hanging up with her sitter too, one of George's cousins, when we get to the 5-hole. I've been to a couple of bars, but they were the small-town variety, quiet and drab, with a handful of patrons occupying the stools at any given hour. Nothing like this one. This bar is packed with fans wearing Slayers jerseys, voices rising as the excitement over the game carries on. Cammy grabs my hand, pulling me through the throng. Come on, this way. The crowd thins when we get to the back room, and a couple of the girls have already gotten a table for us. We talk about Paris and babies, hockey egos, and reformed players. We swap stories about family, and I'm stunned to hear that George's might actually out-crazy mine. It's fun. I'm on my way back from the bar with a water when some guy bumps into me. Just a little bump, but he reaches out, steadying me with his hand.
Sorry about that,
He says, leaning into my space before adding,
Guess we should have talked before we left, huh?
I pull back, confused. Sorry? He edges closer, giving me a too familiar smile. I don't think I know him, do I?
We're matching. The jerseys, Erickson.
Looking down, I get it. Oh, right. I didn't... Never mind. Funny. I give him a parting wave, but he catches my hand.
Hey, what's your name?
Uh-oh. I shake my head, not wanting to be rude, but seriously not interested. Only before I can extract my hand, I've got 6-foot-something of vibrating intensity doing it for me. Axel. His arm slips around my shoulders, pulling me into his side, and when I turn to look up at him, maybe congratulate him on his game, his mouth comes down on mine in an unmistakable claim. With tongue in the middle of the bar. I'd like to say I didn't give in, that I had more restraint, but no. Axel's kiss is like a drug, skewing my better judgment and leaving me wanting more and more and more. We don't come up for air until the rowdy cheers and catcalls from our table penetrate our bubble. Axel's forehead presses to mine, his broad shoulders blocking out most of the bar. Good game, I pant, my hands smoothing over his lapels. His hands bunch at the sides of my Erickson jersey.
Liked you being there. Have fun?
So much.
Think that guy's gone.
What guy? His smile makes my heart do crazy things.
The one turning me into a jealous fuck and wanting to carry you out of here right now so I can spend the rest of the night proving to you I'm the only guy for you.
My body is instantly on board. I pull him closer. You're the only guy I see. But if you've got something to prove, I'm all for helping out.
Axel. Okay, so maybe I'm the jealous type. It's not exactly news, except it's never been like this. In the 2 weeks since I found that fucker chatting my girl up after our game, it's like I'm constantly being confronted by some asshole intent on taking her from me. And surprise, I don't like it. Lucky for me, Nora doesn't get bothered by my possessive caveman bullshit. She doesn't exploit it either. Heck, most of the time she doesn't even seem to notice what's happening. Like the wine guy at the gourmet market who was blatantly checking her out while I stood 3 feet off. With our baby. Shit, my baby. The baby that could very well be hers for all he knew. I was half tempted to leave a Yelp review. And when I took them to lunch at the Mediterranean place, the hostess who seated us actually leaned in and smelled her hair. Touched it and smelled it, and told her how much she loved it while searching out eye contact, not on offer because Nora only had eyes for the menu and, later, me. Ha! Bite it, hostess girl. She's mine. Truth, it doesn't matter if we're taking Otto for a checkup with the pediatrician, to the shed aquarium, or for a walk around the block because it happens to be an unseasonably nice day out. There's always someone giving her a smile that says they want to take her from me, and it's driving me nuts because I don't get to keep her very long as it is. And that is something I'm working overtime to ignore. Yeah, it's there. She's leaving for Paris in a handful of weeks. We both know it. But while she's here, she's mine. Mine to laugh with into the night, to wash bottles with and search for missing socks with, to compete with for best picture of Otto, to share everyday wins and losses with, and to sit in front of the fire and just be quiet with. Until she leaves, she's mine.
Chapter 18, Nora. I sleep in Axel's bed every night, even the ones when he's traveling. He likes to see his headboard or sheets in the background when we video chat, so I accommodate him when I can, bringing Otto in to cuddle while his daddy reads him a story and then chats with me. And when Otto's napping or asleep after a game, well, Axel especially likes to see me in his bed then, and he's spent an inordinate amount of time trying to talk me into sexy acts I could never agree to, but just hearing described in his deep rumbling voice leave me achy and worked up. So much so, the last time he came home from a road trip, I jumped him at the door. So good. That man has skills. And when he's not making me pant and moan, he's either melting my heart with how completely in love he is with being a father, or making me grin and wish that I'd had him as a friend like this in my life since the beginning, that we hadn't wasted so much time perfecting the art of nasty neighboring. But none of that matters, because it's brought us to where we are now, and this place is so good it's beyond my wildest dreams. What I'm not doing is thinking about what's going to happen at the end of next month. I don't want to stop living because I'm waiting to leave. There's just one hitch. I still haven't told Caroline about the latest development in our relationship. She and I are closer than I am with any of the other kids. I love them all, talk to them once a week. But while my role with the younger kids is more provider, Caroline and I have always been friends, confidants. And while I know exactly how she's going to feel about the lines I've crossed with Axel, I really need someone to talk to who isn't the man sweeping me off my feet a little more every day. After dodging her for 3 weeks, I finally bite the bullet. So, what you're saying is, this isn't just some physical release? It's emotional, too. She says emotional like she's about to throw up from the foulness in her mouth. Okay, yes, but I really don't think that's a bad thing. It's like a crash course in relationships for the girl with no experience. It's a safe way to learn, right? No. Like 1,000 times no, Nora. What the heck are you thinking with this guy? I knew she'd feel this way. It's why I held off calling for so long. But still, a part of me had been hoping she could be happy for me. I think he's become one of my best friends, that my life is better for having known him, and that I trust him with all things I'd be embarrassed or insecure about with someone else. Are you talking about sex right now? Because I thought you did it with that guy from... I did. I cut her off quickly. And I am. But it's more than sex. That's the problem. If it were some straightforward tutorial in how to get nasty in the bedroom, I'd be cheering you on, telling you to study hard. You did not say that. I can hear her smile. I totally did. But my point is that this isn't just sex. This guy and his kid are working their way too far into your life when you're leaving the country next month. They're going to break your heart. They're teaching me how to use it. And everyone knows what the limits are here. Everyone understands that the only reason this works the way it works is because I'm leaving. Do they? And by they, I mean you. Because way back when you were telling me how both of you were on the same page about nothing happening, Axel had a reason. He didn't want to risk Otto losing his nanny because of him. But that isn't an issue anymore. Not between us. Okay, yes, it's going to hurt when I leave them. It's going to be hard to say goodbye. But I'd rather let my heart break a little than never use it at all. She's silent for a moment, and I can practically see the little lines of concentration digging between her brows. Caroline, I'm happy, and I want to be able to share it without you trying to tear it down to save me from myself. I want you to be on my side with this. She sighs. I'm always on your side, even when I think you're making a mistake. I'm pulling for you. And if this is what you want right now, then enjoy it. Just be careful. You're too close to getting the life you've been waiting for to let some fling get in the way. I will. I love you, sis. Yeah, you too.
Axel. Prior to Otto's surprise reveal back in November, my apartment was the team's unofficial hangout. I had the best games, the sweetest location, the stocked fridge, and the hot neighbor with the even hotter attitude. Now I have an activity station and mobile, baby brain stimulating playlist gently piping through the apartment, and the only thing my place is stocked with is diapers and formula, and this iced tea lemonade thing Nora likes to make on Mondays, and then drinks throughout the week. Which is why we're hanging out at Bowie and Boomer's place tonight. I hired my guys to clean it this afternoon and then made Boomer dig out a spare bedsheet so clean it still had a fabric softener sheet attached to it to put over the living room couch before I trusted Otto here. Nora thinks I'm being overprotective, and maybe she's right, but the only person I trust my son with unequivocally is her. And tonight, she's at the movies with Nat and George. Boomer's currently waltzing my boy around his apartment, using this sing-song voice that's annoying as fuck, but has some soothing voodoo magic when it comes to getting Otto to chill. Piper Bowerboom drops into the open spot next to me and points her beer at her brother. Years from now, you're going to discover Otto was actually paralyzed with fear instead of lulled into a calm by this incessant chatter. I laugh, but do a surreptitious double-check of Otto's body language. The little man is loving Uncle Bam Bam, as Nora teasingly refers to him when she wants to get a grin out of me. Bowie comes back from the door, a pizza in one hand and a couple of gigantic salads in the other. Jesus, BB, can I set it down first? He grouses as Piper helps herself to a slice, totally ignoring him. He and about half the team call her BB for Baby Boomer, which she detests. But for whatever reason, she's always been Piper to me. Boomer's circling back our way, explaining that this place is normally crawling with bunnies, but since the fun wrecker crown has passed to me, he can't have any. Awesome. Better start saving for the therapy bills now. Piper gives me a knowing look, and I snort. She's a nice kid, despite her passion for grinding Bowie's gears. We shoot the shit a while, talking about upcoming games, the douche who stole Piper's parking spot outside, and what the fuck happened over Christmas. First, with Nichols getting snowed in. Christ, I still can't believe what happened. And then the whole business with Diesel and that girl from Vegas last year. It's nuts. Though, now that I think about Diesel's next-level pissiness these past months, maybe it sort of makes sense. Boomer says he called it 6 months ago, but I call bullshit. No one saw this coming. The sordid team gossip makes for a damn good time, but honestly, I'm counting down the minutes until I can take Otto home so we can curl up with Nora for a while. Maybe turn the fire on. I pull out my phone. Me. How's the movie? Nora. Almost as good as watching Nat and George get all hopped up about it after. Too much romance or something, LOL. Home soon. Tell you about it then. Me. See you soon. When I look up, there are 3 sets of eyes staring at me. Not Otto's, though. He's mesmerized by Boomer's flashy watch. What? Boomer looks to Bowie. Here, hold this. I rub a hand over my mouth. Otto is a him, not a this. After passing off my son, Boomer moves in front of me, pushing the pizza out of the way so he can sit on the coffee table. Hey, man, he starts, using yet another weird voice, this one overly soothing and gentle. So, what's going on with you and Funwrecker? I've given up trying to get him to stop calling her that. He holds up a staying hand before I answer. I mean, aside from... He makes a graphic gesture with his index finger and... Jesus, Boomer. Settle, settle. All I'm saying is that things seem to be going good since you started. Again with a gesture, and I slap his hand away. They are good. Really good. Good like I didn't think it could be for me. Good like I don't want to lose. Fuck. I don't want to lose her. Boomer snaps his fingers in front of my face, then again, even though I'm already looking at him. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about right there. Axe, man. You went from looking like you had a breakaway with an open net in double overtime of the last playoff game of your career before you retire, still playing for the Slayers, of course, to looking like Bowie just took a dump in your cookie-dipping milk. Piper mutters. Bro, you are so extra. Then pulls a face, looking back to me. But yeah, he's kind of right. You seem a little like a pressure keg ready to blow. You and Nora talk much about what's going to happen in March? I sink back into the sheet-covered couch, my eyes locked on my son. Truth? Not much. I guess I'm thinking I'm going to have plenty of time to dwell on her leaving when she's gone, and I don't really want to waste time thinking about it now. Maybe neither of us do, because for a woman who's leaving for her dream job in 5 weeks, she's not really saying a lot about it either. Piper pushes her straight blonde hair back from her face. She's still going then, huh? Still going. And then I tell her what I've been telling myself every damn time I think about asking Nora to stay. It's France. This is the opportunity she's been waiting for her whole life. She's going to have all the life she deserves, with all the options. It's what I want for her. But damn if it isn't getting harder and harder to swallow that pill.
Chapter 19. Nora. I've never given Valentine's Day much thought before this year. Sure, I noticed when the aisles of every store turned red, and I made Valentines for all my siblings, helped them make theirs for school. But as far as the romantic aspects and expectations of the holiday, I didn't have time to date, so not surprisingly, they didn't really make my radar. This year is different. This year, I have a man in my life, making me laugh and smile and feel like I'm the sexiest, most beautiful woman alive. This year, my heart is close to bursting with emotions I've never experienced before. It's been 3 days since I've been able to wrap my arms around Axel, and I'm dying for him to come home. I struggled with what to do for the holiday, but ended up making a berry tart in the shape of a heart and taking Natalie Vassar's advice on a few under things she swore would drive him wild. Those will have to wait until tonight, when Otto, who's currently strapped to my chest in his little front loader, as Axel calls it, goes down for the night. There's a knock at the door, and when I check the peephole, I step back with a gasp, then quickly swing it open, my hand going to my mouth in delight.
Happy Valentine's Day,
Axel says from behind an enormous bouquet of long-stemmed red roses. You shouldn't have. My heart is stumbling around in my chest, swooning over this man romancing me. Or maybe it's just Otto kicking away, making excited gurgling noises like he does whenever his daddy comes home.
Couldn't help it. Since you never had a boyfriend on the big day, I saw an opportunity.
He sets the vase down in the center of the dining room table near my laptop and schoolwork, turns to me and grins.
I plan to set the bar so high, no fucking Frenchman is going to have a chance to compete.
And before I can clarify that I've never actually had a boyfriend at all, or that he's already set the bar so high I'm not sure anyone, French or not, would have a chance to meet it, he's ducking back into the hall. When he returns, he's got an enormous heart-shaped box of chocolates wrapped in gold foil, with a wide red bow and 3 other boxes of varying sizes. Nice ones, the kind where they tie dried flowers and little metal pins into the bows. His smile is kid on Christmas morning wide. Only the way he looks isn't about getting something for himself. It's because he's so excited about the gifts he has for me, and my heart can barely take it.
Gimme our little guy and sit down so you can open your stuff.
I do what he says, unbuttoning the carrier and easing Otto out before sitting. My hands are shaking, and I look back to this crazy man beside me. It's too much.
It's not. The chocolate is from Otto. He wanted to get you an even bigger box, because you deserve all the sweetness, and his love knows no bounds. But this was the best they had.
I know Otto wasn't involved in this over-the-top selection, but still, I reach over and squeeze his little leg. Love you too. I open the chocolates, marveling at the assortment. Then, after sharing one shaped like a seashell with Axel, who leans in and kisses a bit of caramel off my lip, I set the box aside.
The blue one next. Open that.
He's practically vibrating with excitement, and it's contagious. I've never gotten so many gifts. With my family, there wasn't money for this kind of extravagance. But like every kid, I dreamed that maybe one day... I carefully open the box and lose my breath at the sight of the gown within. It's red and silky, beautiful, sophisticated, and the label is one I never thought I'd wear in my life. I blink, touching the fabric reverently. What's this for?
I wanted to surprise you. There's a benefit for the Wagner Foundation tonight. The guys always fight over who gets to go. It's a black tie thing. Great band, food, and bar. I usually give up my tickets to one of the married guys. But this year I called in a few favors. I want to take you out. Do something big.
You want to take me on a date? My heart is racing, my smile stretching wide. I can't believe he did this for me.
I'm taking you on the date. Brace yourself.
That good, huh? Wait, is this why you bought Otto that tuxedo onesie?
No, I got that because it was too cute not to. Otto's classy as all get out. But tonight, Otto's on his own, and you're all mine. I've got a sitter lined up and everything.
A sitter? I didn't see anyone on the calendar from the agency.
You remember Nettie from the bank? She's been begging me to let her and her husband watch him.
I do remember her. I liked her, and I think she's good friends with Wade Grady's fiancé Harlow, too. Sounds like you've thought of everything.
I was thinking of you.
And then he shows me the shoes and breathtaking necklace to wear with the dress, and for a moment I can't believe it's real. A few hours later, I'm being swept around the dance floor on the arm of the most handsome, charming man in all the land. We dance, and he's really, really good. Drink champagne and mingle. Axel introduces me to everyone. He makes me a part of each conversation. And then we dance some more. There seems to be some competition between Rux and him on who's got the showiest moves, and Cammy and I can't stop laughing. For dinner, we're seated with Greg and Julia, Rux and Cammy, and Hank Wagner and his extremely pregnant and completely amazing wife, Abby, who makes sure we've exchanged numbers before we say goodnight. It's unreal. Just like the limo ride home, where Axel pulls me onto his lap and kisses me senseless. I'm wrapped in his tuxedo jacket, and his overlong hair has fallen in front of his eyes. He looks like another cologne ad, only this time I'm in it with him.
Have fun tonight,
he asks against my lips, his fingers sliding beneath my dress to tease along the edge of my panties. Not the ones with his number on them I was wearing earlier that ended up in a clothing detonation when Otto went down for his nap. Those were every bit the hit Nat promised. These are as silky as the dress they were paired with. They make me feel sexy in a different, daring way. Or maybe it's the man playing with them who makes me feel that way. I did. His fingers dip beneath the hem to where I'm wet for him. It was like a fairy tale. Do that again. His mouth curves against mine, his voice gravelly rough.
This?
Yes, that exactly. I clutch at his hair, his shirt. How long until we get back? He groans.
Not long enough for all the ideas I've got about you in this dress. But maybe,
he inches one finger inside.
Time enough for this.
He kisses me again, slipping his tongue past my lips as he presses into me deep and deeper, drawing back to stroke against all those nerves still so sensitive from this afternoon. God, that feels good. Like it's almost too much and yet not nearly enough. I open wider to his kiss, take the hard thrusts of his tongue. He pumps into me with one finger and then two, stretching me, bringing me closer, making me ache and gasp, making me wonder how I ever lived without this, if I could live without it again. And then he finds that spot so deep inside, and I'm there, coming against his hand as he murmurs how beautiful I am, how he can't wait to get me home so he can taste me again, how he loves to make me come. We have to behave when we get back, but after Nettie and her husband are gone, Axel carries me to the bedroom and lays me out on the bed. You shouldn't spoil me like this. He shakes his head.
Maybe I want to be the one who makes you feel like you aren't waiting anymore.
Doesn't he know? Can't he see it? I don't trust my voice to tell him that he does. I'm afraid if I say one word, he'll hear all the others that are begging to get out. The things I'm not supposed to say, to feel. The things I'm not sure I'll be able to hide forever. Later that night, I slip out of bed and stare down at the man I've fallen for in a way I never thought possible. I pad down to Otto's room and watch his little chest rise and fall with each precious breath. And then I go and find my phone and text my sister. Me. What if I didn't leave?
Axel. I can't let her go. I can't fucking do it. Not after last night. Not after the way she looked at me. Like, maybe, if we gave it a chance, this could be it. I'm pacing the length of the apartment and back again, my gut in fucking knots, thinking about the clock, ticking down on the purest happiness I've known in my entire life. I can't ignore it anymore. She's leaving. For fucking Paris. And if Nora leaves, I'm afraid she'll never come back. As if sensing my agitation, Otto starts to fuss in his sling. I know, buddy. I don't want her to go either. I don't. And as much as I love this boy strapped to my chest, what I'm thinking isn't because of him. Yes, I want what's best for him, and I know down to my soul that Nora would be that. But if she left, Otto would be okay. Someone else would step in to fill her role for him. He'd learn to love and trust and rely on them. He'd be okay. But I wouldn't. Because I'm in love with her. I stopped walking and stared down into my son's curious eyes. I love her. The second the words leave my mouth, it's like some kind of vice comes off my heart, and the damn thing starts pounding like a drum, like there's some magic to saying the words out loud. I fucking hope so, because I'm about to bellow them from the rooftops. I'm going to give her every reason I have for her to stay, leave nothing on the table. And then, maybe she'll stay. Otto's little fist shoots up in a typical baby flail, but I take it as a sign and give it the bump it deserves. What do you say to some shopping, buddy? 2 diapers, a bottle, and a change of clothes later, Otto and I are back at the building. Otto has a groggy 7-mile stare thing going after the excitement of our downtown adventure, while I'm more amped up than I was in my first playoff game. I've got a light blue box in my pocket, the kind my sister tells me women lose their shit over. And while Nora tends to have her own priorities, I'm hoping in this case she'll like what I picked. But if she doesn't, I'll get her anything she wants. The elevator opens on our floor, and I stall halfway out, Otto's carrier swinging in my hand. There's a woman standing in front of my door I don't recognize. Or do I? She's chewing her thumbnail, and there's something about her posture. It clicks. Caroline? The girl whirls around, takes a nervous step back, and then a hostile step forward, eyes blazing as she crosses her arms. Oh yeah, this is definitely Nora's sister. I can't help but grin. That's right, and you must be the guy trying to ruin my sister's life. The grin falls, and I wonder if she could see the box in my pocket, if she knows what I've been doing today. Caroline, does Nora know you're in town? No, and you're not going to tell her. I'm pretty sure that goes against the code of conduct. Nora would kill me. I unlock the door. Here, come on inside. She follows me in, animosity coming off her in waves as I unbuckle Otto like a boss. Which code is that? The employer/employee one? Or the one where you trap my sister into the kind of life she spent years trying to escape from? Whoa, hold on a minute. First, I don't keep things from your sister. But even if I wanted to, she's going to be home soon and... Save it. Caroline comes over, helping herself to Otto. She's got the same confidence her sister does, the same tender touch for my son, and the same hostility toward me it took an 8-pound, 2-ounce unexpected miracle for Nora and me to finally get past. You know she used to draw pictures of the Eiffel Tower when we were kids? She'd color with us, and because she was so good, we'd all want to watch to see what she made. She'd tell us about how someday she'd go to France and live there, that she'd travel the world. I didn't know that. Why didn't she tell me? She never said it, but even at 10 years old, 12, 17, she was dreaming of something bigger than the inside of a house that was too small with too many kids who needed too much from her. Caroline smooths a hand over Otto's always wild blonde baby hair. Something better than a mother who took advantage of her but she loved too much to say no to, even though it meant missing out on all the things she made sure we never missed. We got to have friends. We got to play sports, join clubs, and try out for plays, because she never did. She didn't complain. She loved us. But when she drew those pictures, her on a bike, at a bakery with French bread, in a sidewalk cafe, walking along the Seine with glamorous friends, she was imagining a future that was finally about her, where it was her turn to do more than soothe teething toddlers or do laundry after everyone else went to bed. I don't have to look to know there's a stack of Otto's baby clothes folded on the coffee table. There always is. That's the life that's inside these walls. It's the one I want, the one I chose, because I've always been able to choose, because I've already had the chance to do and see so much. But Nora hasn't. Caroline clucks at Otto, holding his cheek to hers as she rocks her weight from side to side. Nora's been waiting her whole life for her turn. And do you know what she said when I talked to her last night? I can barely force the words past my throat. What did she say? That she wasn't sure if she could leave you and Otto. She thinks she's in love. It's like a blow to the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of me. The very confirmation that would have been everything an hour ago now sounds like the lead weight keeping Nora from flying. Thing is, she loves all of us, too, and that love cost her her childhood. She'll give up everything for you if you let her. So the question is, are you going to let her? I want to throw up. I want to put my hand through a wall, but instead, I take a deep breath and meet Caroline's eyes. No, I won't. Nora's going to Paris.
Chapter 20. Nora. The last 2 weeks have gone by in a blur. In the beginning, it felt like I had forever here. March was months away, all the time in the world. And then, suddenly, not. Now the days, hours, and precious minutes are flying by. With so few left, I can't ignore what's coming any longer. And it's not just me. Axel hasn't said anything, but he's been different too. He's still the confident, sexy man making me laugh and smile. But it's there in the way I catch him looking at me, and the beat too long it takes his eyes to match his smile. It's there in the way he makes love to me, like he needs to remember every second, like he needs me to. It's there in all the moments when our eyes meet, and I can feel that connection pulsing between us, and I think, this will be it. This is where he asks me to stay. Only instead, he asks how my French lessons are going, or if I've read the article about the restaurant in Le Marais he texted me. If I'm making a list of all the things I want to do when I get there. I've mastered the art of the non-committal answer, but I don't care about what I'm going to be doing when I get to Paris. All I can think about is the time I have left here with Axel and Otto. It's nearly 2 a.m, and I'm staring at the ceiling, counting down the baby baths and bottles I have left. The delighted kicks when I come in to pick Otto up after his naps. The moments when he rests his tiny hand against my chest and stares up into my face. Wiping the tears from my temples, I climb out of bed and cross the hall. Standing at the side of his crib, I watch Otto sleep. His tiny chest rises and falls, his lips pursing and smoothing. He's so much bigger than he was that first day he came home. I wonder what he's going to look like a month from now, a year. If I'll see him again, be able to hold him.
Is he awake?
I turn to where Axel is standing shirtless in the doorway, one heavy shoulder propped against the frame. Even in the dim light, he takes my breath away. I shake my head and try to speak, but my voice cracks, and I drop my head into my hands. In a second, he's there. His strong arms surround me, holding me close as the emotion I can't contain breaks free in a hiccupy sob.
Oh, please don't cry.
I don't know how to do this. I thought I'd be able to walk away when the time came, that it wouldn't feel like this. Like my heart was being ripped from my chest. The arms around me tighten, and I swear I hear Axel breathe a quiet curse. Pulling back, I peer up at him. I'm sorry.
No, Nora, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be hurting when you ought to be bubbling over with excitement about where your life is heading.
That's the thing. I have to tell him. I have to risk it. What if I'm excited about what my life looks like right now? What if what I have right here in Axel's arms with Otto beside us is what I've been waiting for? He takes a deep breath and then sets me back a step. He's smiling, sort of, only it doesn't look right.
Obviously, the Erickson men are pretty exciting, but we're nothing like the adventures you'll have in Paris.
And then he starts talking about all the amazing things awaiting me, rattling off museums and tourist sites, restaurants and nightclubs.
And there's Notre Dame. Talk about inspiring, right?
He's pumping me up about friends I haven't made and a job that's likely going to be just another job, telling me how much I'm going to love it. There's almost a desperation to it. And I realize with brutal clarity that he wants me to go, maybe even needs me to. Oh, God.
And you'll probably start watching soccer. It's big over there.
I feel sick. Of course he needs me to go. I'm not just Otto's nanny, someone he can let go if they aren't working out. I'm his live-in girlfriend, too. And that's a role he most likely wouldn't have been looking to fill if not for the very unique circumstances we found ourselves in. I knew this. I told Caroline. The very reason Axel and I were able to fall into this thing between us was because we knew it wouldn't last. I was leaving. There was no risk. Not to our plans, anyway. But my heart... I force a smile, nodding like I'm paying attention to anything other than the pit opening in the center of my chest. You're right, Axel. It's nerves talking, that's all. Go back to bed. But I'll just stay here with Otto a while if you don't mind. Axel's smile flickers.
I can stay with you.
But I can't stay with you. Get some rest. I'll come back to bed in a bit.
Axel. Nora didn't come back to bed. I listened and waited. Told myself I was doing the right thing, but all I could think about was the look in her eyes when, after she'd put her heart on the line, I started rattling off a bullshit top 10 of things to do in Paris, France. She looked so fucking sad. It took everything I had not to pull her back into my arms and beg her to stay. To choose us. But that meant asking her to give up the future, the choices, the chance to grow she's been telling me she's been waiting for from the start. And more than I want her to be with me, I need her to be happy. So I stayed in my bed. Even when I heard the soft pad of her feet passing my door on the way to the room, I never wanted her to sleep in again. The next morning, I waited until I heard her moving around the apartment and pretended not to know that she hadn't slept in our bed. The same way I pretended not to notice the drawer to Stella's crypt was ajar. Or that it wasn't fucking killing me to let her go. But that's what I'm doing. Today. I can send you anything you don't have when you get there. She's got 2 fucking bags. Small ones. Even after 4 months of her living with us, I hate how little it takes for her to pack it all up. She won't look at me as she zips the second one up in the bed in her room. Won't smile or yell at me or do any of the things I'm aching for her to do. I don't need anything, but thank you. I nod, frown, stare at the smooth line of her back. But just in case, I'm here. I know. You're here for me. She finishes, turning around. Thank you. My molars grind together. I want to tell her to stop fucking thanking me, but like so many other things, I hold it back. Instead, I take the 2 bags and walk them out to the door, because she is that close to leaving. When I walk back, I find her in Otto's room, holding him against her chest. The tears I've seen her wrestle back over and over this morning spill freely down her cheeks, each one like a slice through my heart. He's going to miss you. I'm going to miss her. She nods tightly, trying to smile but failing. I'm going to miss him too, so much. But she'll get over it, just like he will. Me? Christ. I don't know how I'm going to survive.
Nora. Boomer and Bowie show up to watch Otto so Axel can drive me to the airport. A part of me wishes we'd brought him along so I could have had those last precious minutes with him, but I'm not sure I would have been able to get out of the car if he was still in it. So it's just the 2 of us driving silently down the Kennedy. I keep hoping, keep waiting, but there is no miraculous revelation. Axel doesn't beg me to reconsider, doesn't tell me he wants me to stay. He just grips the wheel, navigating the midday traffic with a singular focus, like it's his sole mission in life to get me to that airport whole, and 3 hours ahead of my flight departure time. Axel, I whisper, my voice breaking on his name. Talk to me. Forever isn't on the table for us. I understand. But for as much as that hurts, I don't for a single second think that this is easy for him, that he doesn't care for me. He does. I can see it in his eyes and feel it in his kiss. I know it to the depths of my soul. And even if it's just these last few minutes we have together, I want them. I want us. His fists tighten, the white of his knuckles standing out.
You going to call me when you arrive? Message me? Something. Don't care what time it is.
He's making the break, closing himself off and shutting me out. I crumple back into the seat, looking out my side window so he won't see the tears. If he happened to look, which he doesn't. Okay. I'm not angry. I'm just sad. When he pulls up curbside to Terminal 5, I'm out of the car and dragging my bags from the back before Axel can unfold from the driver's seat. I'm barely holding myself together, and the only thing that matters is getting on the other side of the doors before I completely break down. This is going to be fast, like ripping off a bandage. He closes the trunk, and I push a smile to my face. Thank you, Axel, for the ride, for the job, and the place to stay. He's shaking his head, the frown on his face deepening by the second. I hold up a hand, needing to finish. But most of all, thank you for letting me love your son and helping me to stop waiting for life to start and to start living it. Axel pulls me into his chest, his powerful arms wrapping tight around me as his head comes down to mine.
Thank you for saving me, for giving Otto what he needed most, for sharing your heart and soul with us, with me.
I take a breath and push to my toes to press a kiss to Axel's rough jaw. I start to pull back, but the arms around me tighten, holding me where I am. I can feel his breath heavy in my hair, the light scrape of his stubble as his head begins to turn, his mouth shifting closer, closer. My heart hangs in the balance, but then a shrill whistle blows, and a woman in uniform hollers about unloading only. I'm set back as he clears his throat.
Time for your dreams to come true, Nora.
If that were true, I wouldn't be standing here. I'd be home with Otto. Axel's arms around us both, the three of us building a family. But that's not what he wants. So instead, I'll be building a foundation of work experience for my future, which is important. It's what I'm focusing on as I push the unwilling words past my lips. Goodbye, Axel. He watches as I go, stands there with one hand raised in a wave that won't complete, an expression that's sad but steady and simply breaks my heart. Inside the terminal, I can barely see past the tears. I drag my bags over to the small seating area and try to pull myself together. Stop the great hiccuping sobs so there's a chance I'll be able to get through security. I retrieve my phone with shaking hands. Swiping at the tears that won't stop, I stare at my screen, filled with a picture of Otto tucked against Axel's shoulder, his daddy smiling at me from above him. My two favorite faces in all the world, so beautiful to me I can barely breathe. This is the worst of it. This minute. It gets better from here. That's what I keep telling myself. The promise I keep making, even though I'm a liar, and I know it.
Chapter 21. Axel. I miss Fun Wrecker. Boomer sulks, taking his turn to try to quiet Otto's inconsolable cries by slow dancing him around the living room. He's got shit moves today, and Otto knows it, ramping up the wails until I wave them over, holding out my hands for my son. It's okay, buddy. Daddy's got you. Only he takes one accusatory look at me and lets out another furious cry. I get it. I'm angry at me too. The woman we love is gone because I let her go. Fuck. I practically made her go. Nah, this isn't going to work. Bowie shakes his head, setting his water on the coffee table and coming over to where we're sitting by the window. You're as messed up as he is. It's making him cry harder. I've got the touch. Give him to me. Bowie takes Otto and within 30 seconds hands him back, still bawling. Boomer looks up to the ceiling, grumbling. If you mean your touch puts women to sleep, D-man, not the same thing. A quiet thud followed by a laughing moan comes from their direction, but I don't bother looking. I stare at my son, whose cheeks are tear-streaked and mottled red from crying. Pushing to my feet, I start to walk, talking quietly to my broken-hearted boy. We had to let her go, Otto. I know it feels bad, but someone had to put her first, even if she wasn't willing to do it herself. That's what I keep telling myself. What I need to believe, because it's the only fucking thing keeping me from getting on a plane and going after her, begging her to come back to us, to let me show her that I can make her happy. Otto squirms, restless and irritable, because the one he wants, the one he loves, isn't here. Plane leave yet? Bowie asks as Boomer starts clearing water bottles. I nod and try to breathe through the pain in my chest. Half-hour ago. On-time departure. Good weather between here and France. Turning to the window, I stare out at the streets below. A heavy hand claps my shoulder, giving it a bracing squeeze. Boomer. Hey, man. We're gonna get out of here. You got the new nanny coming over this afternoon? Tomorrow. I called the service on my way back from O'Hare and asked them to push back the start date until tomorrow. My boy and I need... I let out a choked laugh, thinking back to that afternoon before Otto was born. 5 minutes. She needed 5 minutes to mourn her dead houseplant, the symbolic loss of her dreams. But me? I'm not sure 5 years will be enough. Well, text if you need anything. I need Nora. We'll be fine. The guys grab their coats, letting themselves out. Or not quite. Hey, man, looks like maybe you sent something to the wrong address again. Huh? I turn to Boomer. He shrugs. Delivery down the hall. Nora would be doubled over, but the last thing I need is a reminder of all the ways I fucked up with her. What is it? I ask, meeting him at the door. Dunno. Looks important. Boomer scoops Otto out of my arms. You're going to need 2 hands for this one. There's a weird look on his face as I step past him into the hall and stop short, the air punched from my lungs at the sight of Nora wrestling her two small suitcases out of the elevator. Nora? Her name sounds rusty, like it's been the 1,000 years it feels like since I've said it, like there's too much emotion fighting to free it from my throat. Her head comes up, and our eyes meet as she drops her bags and starts walking toward me. I don't wait, closing the distance between us in a blink, grabbing her against me for one critical heartbeat, then pushing her back so I can cup her precious, beautiful, teary face with my hands. What are you? Except I don't fucking care what, or why, or how. Only that she's here. My mouth comes down on hers in the crushing kiss it took everything I had not to take at the airport. She grips my shirt, pulling me closer, opening wider, whimpering in that way that has me backing her to the wall. I want to hold her there, pin her with my body, my heart, whatever it takes so I never have to watch her leave again. Only, I don't even know why she's here. If she's staying, if there was some problem with her ticket and once it's resolved she'll be on a flight tomorrow. Using Herculean strength, I break from her kiss. My brow rests against hers, the breaths between us coming in ragged pants. Her soft hand smooths over my cheek, my jaw, before coming to rest over my heart. I meet her eyes, showing her everything in mine I've been hiding for 2 fucking weeks. Don't go. The words are gravel and glass rough, a plea so desperate it grinds past my throat. What? I pushed my hands into the thick waves of her hair, letting the weight of it slip through my fingers before holding it tight. Give me a chance. I can make you happy. I won't hold you back, I swear it. After playoffs, I can take you to France. Take you anywhere you want to go. Or if you don't want to wait for the season to end, I can send you. Paris, Rome, Barcelona, Tokyo, anywhere. Just so long as you come back to me, to us when you're done. Her honey brown eyes pool with tears, a trembling smile rising to her lips. So now you don't want me to leave? I press her hand over that broken place inside my chest. I never wanted you to leave. But this is going to fucking kill me. I can't live with being the man who holds you back from what you want. She slumps against the wall, then frowns and thumps an angry but weak fist against my chest. Then don't. I want you and Otto. I love you, and it was killing me to try and leave you. She loves us, still, even after I pushed her away. Christ, I'm such an idiot. But why didn't you go? I tried. You'd made it clear you didn't want me to stay. I open my mouth to beg her forgiveness, to explain, but she shakes her head. I believed you wanted me to go, and my heart was breaking. I couldn't breathe, couldn't stop crying, so I called Caroline. Caroline, who knew the truth. What happened? Nora takes a slow breath. I told her I didn't want to go, that it felt like I would be leaving the most critical parts of myself behind, like saying goodbye to you and Otto meant my life was ending instead of beginning. And then she told me what she did, that she went to you and you agreed to make sure I got on that plane. I'm so fucking sorry. I didn't want you to miss out on anything. I didn't want to be selfish, and instead, I was stupid. I hurt her, day after day, night after night, for nothing. And I don't want to miss out on what matters to me the most. Us. You, me, and Otto. You know what I wanted? It wasn't a life in France. It was to be able to choose how I live my life. And now, I choose the man I love and the little boy who feels like he's already mine. That's the life I want. My throat is tight as I search her eyes. You love us that much? I do. More. Nora, are you sure? She sighs softly, nodding. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Me either. My heart is slamming against my ribs, my blood rushing past my ears. I take her hand in mine and pull her back toward the apartment. Come on, let's go home. Leaning into my side, she takes a breath that I feel through my whole being. I thought you'd never ask. She has no idea what I'm going to ask. I push the door open and blink, finding Boomer and Bowie back on the couch, watching TV as they polish off a couple of sandwiches. Good to see you, fun wrecker, Boomer says around a last bite as Nora rushes to where Otto is tucked in his arm. She pulls him into her and kisses his head again and again. Fresh tears stream down her cheeks as she whispers that she loves him, that she missed him, that she won't leave him again. I wrap the two of them in my arms, chuckling as Otto excitedly kicks, huffing her hair. Bowie grabs the remote, turns off whatever reality dating show they've been watching, and grabs his buddy by the ear. We'll get her bags for you and take off. Thanks, man. The three of us head back to our bedroom. I drape Nora's coat over the back of the chair and climb into bed with the two people my heart beats for. Otto lies on his back, tucked between us, his eyes bright, fixed on his favorite girl. I get it. I can't look away either. I stretch out my arm and she rests her head on it, dark curls spilling around her. I love you, Nora. Her eyes come up, meeting mine. I love you too. She's not going to miss a thing. Maybe she won't do the things she planned quite the way she planned them, but she'll do them. I'll take her to Paris after the playoffs. Paris and anywhere else she wants to go. She can finish her degree, build a career if she wants one, though she'll never need to work again if she doesn't want to. Slipping my hand into my pocket, I pull out the box I swiped from the top dresser drawer when we came in. I got you something. She raises a brow. Since I left this morning? You say it like it wasn't 1,000 years ago. She laughs softly, but emotion breaks the sound. 2,000 years? I nod, watching her, wondering how I'm going to make myself leave for practice tomorrow, let alone the 4-day road trip the day after. But maybe this will make it easier to go. I actually bought it a while ago, but as much as I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. I couldn't hold her back. Even now, I'm glad I didn't, that she got the chance to go, to choose. And she'd chosen us. If she hadn't, I'd have spent the next 50 years wanting to kick my own ass for taking that choice from her. Her head lifts from my arm, her brows knitting. Axel, what are you talking about? And then those beautiful eyes go wide. What's in your hand? What is that? Time to find out if the little blue box magic works on Nora. I clear my throat and flip the lid open. This is actually from Otto and me, because we both want you. We love you like we didn't know was possible, and we're asking you to be ours, forever. Marry us, please. Another tear slides free. Carefully, she leans in, meeting me above Otto's swinging arms for a kiss that's sweet and pure, and goes on and on. Her brow meets mine and she smiles against my mouth. Yes. We push to sit, our boy between us, and I gently extract the ring from its box. Otto wants it bad, but settles when Nora gives him the box. He really likes it. I settle when the diamond ring that was within is secure on her finger, and the woman who's become my everything is that much closer to becoming my wife.
Epilogue. Off-season. Nora. He never puts that stick down. Abby laughs from the playroom floor as Otto crawls across the rink-patterned area rug, his well-loved plushy hockey stick clutched in one tight fist. Not if he can help it. My boy is moving fast, half grunting as he makes a beeline for 5-month-old Evan Wagner, who's been enjoying some tummy time while his mom and I talk shop. Abby and I really hit it off earlier this year, and when she found out I wasn't leaving Chicago, she called me up for lunch. One thing led to another, and once my little family of 3 got back from our incredible honeymoon in France, I started working a few hours a week with her at the Wagner Foundation. It's been incredibly fulfilling, and I love working with the woman who's become one of my closest friends in Chicago. But now she's asking if I'd be interested in more. So this is a full-time thing? I ask hesitantly, watching as Otto meets his favorite play buddy and offers a drooly grin down into his face before setting his sights on me. Yes, but with flexible hours, and at least part of your week could be work from home. She smiles at me, head falling to the side. Look, I know how busy you are with Otto and the new house and classes and everything, but you've been doing such an amazing job. I had to at least offer you the position. Just then, Axel strolls in wearing cargo shorts, an old band t-shirt, and the apron Boomer gave him as a housewarming gift, with Boomer's face on the front. Ridiculous.
What's this about a new position?
He plucks Otto off the floor and swings him up in the air, earning a delighted giggle.
They realize your mommy can run the world?
Oh, please. I roll my eyes, but with an adoring grin. My husband is as biased about my abilities as he is devoted to our family. Completely. Pretty much, Abby agrees, chuckling when Otto gets a fist into Axel's neatly cropped off-season hair and presses his hockey stuffy to his daddy's mouth.
Gross.
Little man. I'll never get tired of watching them together, my 2 favorite people in the world. I turn to Abby. I'm not sure about full-time. I love the time I have with these guys, and finishing my degree is as important to me as my work at the foundation. I don't want to give any of it up. She reaches for my hand, giving it a squeeze. I'll email you the specifics and you think it over. We'll talk in a day or so, but it's a no-pressure offer. Another option in a life that once upon a time had none. Seriously, thank you for thinking of me. Abby starts packing up Evan so she can meet Hank and their teen son, Mickey, for dinner with her mom. When she's gone, Axel takes my hand, bringing it to his mouth.
Hungry?
Starving. Want to eat out back? I've been smelling whatever he was grilling, and my mouth is watering like crazy.
Already set up.
I don't know why I asked. We've been having dinner on the back patio every night the weather permits. It's beautiful, strung with Edison globe lights and overlooking a lush garden, sprawling yard, and pool, all of which are big enough to accommodate my family visiting. A requirement Axel gave the realtor when we started looking because I am married to the most thoughtful, generous man in all the land. We sit down for the chicken and vegetables Axel grilled. Otto has a puree of the same, but after his exciting afternoon with Evan, my little guy conks out in his high chair before he's even finished.
How about I put Otto down?
Axel says, pushing back from the table while I gather our dishes.
Meet you in the kitchen.
Deal. A few minutes later, strong arms wrap around me from behind as I wash the few dishes from dinner. His chest covers my back as his lips brush my ear.
Forget this stuff.
His teeth close gently over the shell.
Come hang out with me.
I let my head fall back against his shoulder. I've only got 3 things left.
Let me help so you finish faster.
I smile because I'd probably be done 30 seconds from now if it weren't for the distraction of his hands sliding over my maxi dress, across my belly, and down my thighs, where he slowly begins gathering handfuls of the fabric. My nipples pebble tight, and I arch, pressing back into Axel, inviting him to distract me more. How are you going to help?
Like this.
His voice is a low rumble against my ear, a dirty promise all on its own. But then his hands find the bare skin of my thighs, and that calloused touch against my sensitive skin has an achy need taking root and liquid heat spilling through my center. So you're helping.
But not with the dishes.
He pulls my dress over my head, leaving me in nothing but a pair of panties with the number 6 on them and the layered bracelets Otto loves to play with. Axel groans appreciatively, running his big hands over my ass in a possessive caress.
Turn off the water.
I do, making a show of bending forward and pushing my butt further back than is strictly necessary, but this man of mine loves it. And I love driving him crazy as much as he loves doing it to me. I look back, biting my bottom lip at the sight of Axel's hands on my hips, his eyes on my ass as he presses against me. He licks his lips and my belly clenches. I know that look. I love that look. It's pure, ravenous hunger. And when I saw it 2 nights ago, I ended up on the enormous island behind me with Axel between my legs, devouring me into not just 1 but 2 orgasms. But tonight, I want something else. So I stop teasing him with my Erickson fangirl panties and turn around. Axel is quick on his feet and adapts in a blink, pulling me into a kiss so deep and dirty and good that by the time I come up for air, he's got my panties down around 1 ankle, while the other ankle is hooked around his thigh. Shirt, I beg, giving him room to whip it over his head. Those blue eyes bore into me, burning with hunger. He's reaching for me again, but this time I shake my head. He stops, raising 1 brow as I press a finger into his chest, walking him backward until his shoulders meet the wall.
Yeah?
He asks, mouth quirked in the sexiest slant. I nod, leaning in to kiss his chest. 1 hard peck, and then the other, and then my favorite spot right between. I can feel his heart beating beneath my kiss, and even in the midst of this dirty bit of fun, emotion wells within me. He runs a hand over my hair, tipping my head back so our eyes meet.
I love you, Nora.
He tells me all the time, like he can't say it enough, but even if he didn't, I'd know it. That love is in his every action, every touch, every kiss. It's in the air we breathe, and it's beautiful. My lips curve. I love you too. I kiss his chest again, and then slowly, deliberately kiss lower. Hopscotching around the hard-stacked terrain of his abs and navel, I tease with licks and nips and light suction until I'm on my knees in front of him.
This what you want tonight, beautiful?
Working his shorts open, I rub my mouth against the cotton stretched over his straining shaft and then free that too. His cock is thick and long and pulses against my lips as I continue my torturous tease. I peer up at him. For starters. His head jerks in a nod, and I can see the restraint it's taking for him to let me lead. I love it when he takes control, but sometimes I want it too. Sometimes I want to be the one to drive him insane, to worship him the way he worships me. Sometimes I want to feel all that restraint and control crumble when I take him into the back of my throat and swallow.
Fuck, Nora.
Lips wrapped around him, I slide over his steely length. I suck and lick, and then take him deep again, reveling in the guttural, almost unintelligible praise tumbling from this man's mouth. It makes me crazy hot, and like every other time, I get so worked up that my hips start rocking of their own volition. Axel cracks.
Enough.
He grinds out, pulling free of my mouth and then lifting me from my knees straight up so my legs lock around his hips and my arms around his neck. Kissing me hard, he lines us up and, oh God, thrusts full length inside me. For a heartbeat, we still, moaning together at the rightness of coming together with nothing between us now that I'm on the pill. Axel spins us around so it's my back against the wall and starts driving into me deep and hard, every stroke meeting that needy bundle of nerves and taking me closer and closer and closer to release. Our bodies strain together, sweat slicking our skin as he grates into my ear.
Come for me, beautiful.
And that's it. I'm tumbling over the edge, falling, flying, coming apart in the arms of my husband, my best friend, the man who shared his son with me and gave me a family of my own, the one who builds me up and encourages me to grow and fills my whole heart with more love and happiness than I ever dreamed possible. This recording of Dirty Deal was